Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
All right, welcome back, you guys. Another round of DRL, dude. We are still in round 1, but we are in the winner's bracket today. We got Azaz versus Pluryl. So Azaz was rank 4 in the qualifiers, so very high up there. And Pluryl not far behind at 13, dude. So yeah, winner's bracket today. I guess let's take a look at. Also, this Vort soundtrack is such a banger, dude. It's actually insane. If you're on YouTube and you don't hear it, maybe well, I guess it's over now, but if you want to hear music and you're on YouTube, just simply go to Twitch, I guess. And I think YouTube's still been having those issues, but so we've had some more matches take place. A bit of an upset up here. Rambler takes the win. But this is what I'm saying, dude. Like, DRL, you can die. Like, it's possible to die, right? No skips. I'm not sure what whose his death was, but it does happen even to the absolute best players. So really, it can go either way in any match. But yeah, K0 moved on. So that was the first match that I commentated on. So winner of Azaz versus Pluryl is gonna go against K0, but it doesn't mean you're over. You lose if you're in the winners bracket and you lose. It doesn't mean your tournament's over. You just move down to this losers bracket, and you still got a chance. So Aggie versus Who's, dude. That's gonna be quite a match, I think. The Americans. That'll be interesting. But anyways, this will be an interesting one, dude. Really good players. We'll have to see on the seed that we get, but I definitely think these guys have potential for super high scores on this. Of course, assuming no early death or something like that, no crisis or no catastrophe that happens. Hopefully this time, I will pay more attention or try to catch what early grace they get, because I keep not noticing which grace they get. So, wait, are they on the overlay? Really? Like, on the overlay that you see right now? I've never noticed that somehow, even though that's literally what I'm looking at. Yeah, and then after this, we're going to do some more all achievements. Plus, I did figure out a Malenia strat, I think. So we should be good there. I do need some extra buffs to make it work, but I figure something out. Basically, we're going to be swapping to the Bastard Sword to put Karen Sovereignty on. It seems to be the play, because then I could just have an actual good R2. Pluryl might pull an upset. Honestly, is it much of an upset? I mean, how did these guys do in their qualifiers? I guess we have some time to check. So Azaz was 4th. Pretty much averaging, maybe a little below 80, but really good. Pluryl, yeah, maybe Pluryl's like a little worse, but was a little worse in the qualifier, but really anything can happen, dude. Anything can happen. So these qualifiers don't mean a lot. And not to mention, I guess, too, right? The pressure of being in a head-to-head match versus someone is absolutely a factor. I haven't really talked about it too much, but the added pressure is what kind of separates when someone can perform under the pressure, that's what separates the people who win versus the people who don't. You know what I mean? So the qualifier, it does mean, it shows how much potential you have to do really well, but then that's not the whole story. And then you can get unlucky. As we saw yesterday, you can make mistakes due to pressure or not, whatever. Like, anything can happen. Anything can happen, dude. So, yeah. But yeah, the format for people who haven't been here, this is my third match that I'm commentating on so far, just this week. But this is DRL Season 2. We are in the winner's bracket. The format is both of these players have the same randomizer seed. They need to kill as many bosses as possible. And each boss kill is a +1 score. The person with the high score wins. The deathless part of this, though, is if a player dies, they don't necessarily lose right away, at least, but their score is locked at whatever boss number they were at when they died. So let's say one player dies at boss 20. That means their score is locked at 20, and if the other player gets past 20 without dying, then they'll win. But I guess the wrinkle is that if both players do die, the deaths cancel out, and then they just keep going, and then whoever gets a higher score wins at that point. So dying is, like, these guys don't die much. It could happen, but they don't die much. So really, a death is, like, tough to come back from, because it's totally out of your hands at that point. Now, the one other thing is that the players don't have any information about the other players. Like, there's no chat enabled, so they don't really know. And if you have a big lead, if the opponent dies, it's not like you just sit down and stop playing the game if you're past the amount of bosses that they have, because you don't know. So that's what makes it a little more interesting. It wouldn't be so interesting if someone just died and then you just got past whatever their score was and just stopped playing the game. That would not be the best. All right, we're starting up, dude. We are starting up. So the graces are in the overlay? Like, do you mean the checklist that they have? What kind of classes we got this time? Oh, dude, double grafted blade is insane. But what's Pluryl starting with? I can't tell what that is. It kind of looks like a backhand blade, but it looks all weird. Double grafted looks insane, dude. Okay, yeah, top right overlay when they start. Double grafted, I mean, surely. Oh, it is Volks, okay. Yeah. It looks kind of weird. But Volks is really good, for sure. I mean, the jump attacks, as we've seen, jump attacks are definitely the meta for this. But generally, it's been with the big bonk weapons. I mean, double grafted, surely. Surely that's a sick play, dude. Because I was talking about that last match. Both players did get grafted blade. Or was that match 1? They got grafted blade, but they didn't use it. And I was just thinking about the possibility of going double colossal sword with using grafted blade has basically a supercharged version of endure that lasts for a longer amount of time and gives you a +5 stat boost in every stat you have. And, that means more max HP, more FP, which honestly, maybe that stuff isn't that big of a deal because you have to regenerate, because it increases your max HP, but it doesn't actually increase your health. So you would have to heal, but that still could be good if you have a strong flask. The main thing it does is gives you more endurance, which is good because then you're jump bonking even more. But then you're also just getting more strength, more dex, like more scaling on stuff. But primarily the reason why it would be so good, I think, is because you can cast Oath and Vengeance and just start wailing on a boss, and you don't need to worry about anything. Like, you just simply use it, start jump attacking, and that's it. And I feel like you just blast the boss at that point. Especially, not to mention if you have Stone Barbed here, which the last 2 matches I've commentated on, they both got Stone Barb right off the bat. But yeah, Falx is really good too. Lots of bleed, tons of multi-hit. So, yeah, and there's a Blood Fiend's arm there, I guess. I didn't see that, but yeah, there's also a Blood Fiend's arm. So, okay, you know what? That's not so easy then. It would be hard to turn down a Blood Fiend's arm, dude. Which is, in my opinion, just straight up the best weapon in the game. Because, it's actually too bad that they got a Blood Fiend's arm, because I would have loved to see that Grafted Blade set up. But yeah, you kind of got to go Blood Fiend's arm, and I think they're both going to do it. But yeah, Blood Fiend's Arm, I mean, it does come with Endure on it, I believe. But the reason Blood Fiend's Arm is pretty much the best weapon in the game is because of that charged R2 is insanely strong. Because it's the good colossal weapon charged R2 moveset, which is the same as like the Great Club, stuff like that, which is really quick. It's stupid quick, actually, for how much damage and poise damage it does. The initial hit does the upper end of poise damage of those colossal weapons, so I think it's like 45 base on just the R2, but it hits twice, dude. And then it does even more poise damage. So you get into... I want to say you get to like 53 poise damage, maybe, with the charged R2 with that thing. That might not be right, but it's close. I think it's over 50. And that's without any Stone Barb. That's without anything. Just straight up over 50 poise damage on a charged R2, which nothing else in the game can do that. It is strike damage as well. And then not to mention, it also has the bugged face scaling that really does make it the best weapon in the game because you get such an insane... you get such insane AR with it. And yeah, I guess to explain why that face scaling is bugged is that with most weapons, if you put a Holy Infusion, for example, or like Holy or Flame Art, either one is face scaling. If you put that infusion on it, you're going to move most of your scaling on the weapon to Faith, which is the same as Blood Fiend's Arm. But then that Faith is going to correspond to either Holy or Fire damage. You're not going to get any physical out of it. For most weapons, there are some exceptions, and Blood Fiends is one of them. But I just don't think it's intentional. So a weapon like the Urge Steel Dagger, when you increase your Faith and you have a Faith scaling on the weapon, it'll also increase your physical damage along with the elemental type that you picked. Blood Fiends does the same thing. So when you get to like 60 Faith on this thing, you are getting an insane amount of Holy damage if you're Holy infused, but then you're also getting an insane amount of physical damage. And so that's where it comes in, that insane scaling. Now, if they get an infusion, you probably would you do it in this format? I think if you can get a high enough level, like if you go Dragon Barrow early, get a ton of money, pump up your Faith, I could definitely see it if you get an Ash of War for it. Zaz is definitely considering the double grafted. I don't know. It's hard to turn on a Blood Fiend's Arm, and then you also have the Falks, but I don't think you would ever use the Falks if you got Blood Fiends, dude. And so, yeah, I used it in my all bosses no-hit run because of that reason. I just simply think it's best weapon in the game. Of course, Starfist is a contender as well. But Starfist can't hit as hard as Blood Fiend's Arm, dude. It can't do as much poise damage as Blood Fiend's Arm. It is so insane. And then not to mention, I believe it does come with Endure, which is really good. You can just use Endure and then charge R2 and the boss will die. That's it. Is it just Blood Fiends and Urge Steel? It might be. I think Fire Knight Greatsword also has something with the Flame Art infusion. And but there's one more. Oh, yeah, yeah. Black Steel. Yeah, Black Steel Great Hammer as well. Got that extra Holy and Physical. So it does add some value onto those weapons for sure. I've also got the DS3 soundtrack on today. It's rare that I listen to these soundtracks, but they are good. They're definitely good, especially when I'm doing stuff like this. Sci-Fi, how's it going, dude? I would be very interested in seeing that grafted blade. And there are two of them. Now, the second one I don't think really matters, but well, at least, like I'm saying, it probably could be any other Colossal Sword. I just like the idea of using Endure or Oath of Vengeance in this format, dude. Now, it does take a little bit of time to cast it, but you know, even a setup like Death's Poker, right? The reason I don't like Death's Poker, and not for this format, but just in general, the reason I don't like it is because it really encourages just tanking. It encourages just simply forgetting about what the boss does and just trying to spam that Ash of War as much as possible, which is a slow one. But if you can throw in like an Endure in your offhand, maybe that works out really well, dude. I'm not sure. Just going to refresh the overlay really quick. Probably should do it when they start, I guess, but yeah, it looks like we're going to see some Blood Fiend's arm. Cannot blame anyone for starting with that. As much as I want to see those grafted blades, but it's more just out of curiosity. I do think Blood Fiend's, like, you can't go... I'm pretty sure it is the better pick. In terms of starting items, there's some Boiled Crab. Magic Scorpion Charm is high damage, but like maybe you just start that to sell it even. Yeah, Falx is good too. I was talking about Falx. Multi-hit bleed jump attacks. It's a good pick. Really depends on the boss. I think Blood Fiend is good everywhere, dude. But yeah, maybe you see a Godskin Noble who is resistant to strike, and you go Falx on a Noble, as long as it's not the snail version. All right, we are off, dude. There we go. Okay, oh yeah, I see the Starting Graces. We got Snowfield and Nokron. So is that big? That's not really big for anything. I mean, Nokron, depending on which Grace that is, though, maybe there are a couple quick bosses. I mean, yeah, if it's before the Mimic tier. Nokron for Altus, huh? How's it going, Tom? Yeah, Snowfield doesn't really do much, I guess. I'm failing to see how Nokron gives you Altus, but maybe I'm dumb. But yeah, somehow the other matches I did not notice that the zones were up there. It's like, oh, I wonder which Starting Graces they got. Anyways, putting on armor. We're going to go sell a bunch of stuff. Oh, yeah, if he has champs after Gargs. Yeah, true. Okay, yeah. That's pretty far in, but yeah, that makes sense. And there are some bosses down there that, like, you probably take out that Siluria, I guess, and the Ancestor Spirit. I don't know about that one. But yeah, definitely the Mimic. Dragonkin Soldier as well. All right, so yeah, we got Altus access, so that means Dectus doesn't really matter on this one. Academy Key, I guess, is still a thing, but Academy Key's never really that big of a deal. The legendary cat ring in this game, dude. Such a good item. Huge item. And all right, yeah. So the idea is basically sell all the stuff that we do not need. They start out, I believe it's 50 items right off the bat. And so the idea is you sell all the stuff and you use that to pretty much get weapon upgrades. They also start out with enough runes to get to level 30 on this, which is pretty much just dump health right away, which does prevent some of the early game incidents, although we have seen some very close calls on this particular section that Pearl's going through right now, where, you know, you get knocked off the horse, bad enemies, left with 5 HP, but, you know, bad enemies like a gigantic hand and stuff, maybe. We do have Raptor Feathers as well, and we got Rotten Wingsword Insignia, and, dude, this is a crazy build here. Rotten Wingsword Insignia, so the Falx is looking really good all of a sudden. Ritual Shield as well is good survivability. Ritual Sword, which is really good, but you need to not get hit, which doesn't happen super often here. Moray's Executioner Sword. We got Thorny Tier as well. Dude, this is going to be a big number seed, I think, man. They have pretty much a perfect build. At least double multi-hit. With the two best items, right? You got the Rotten Wingsword Insignia plus Thorny Crack Tier. With Falx, you have the jump attack, the Raptor Feathers. What the hell, dude? This is... Well, good thing they didn't start with that those Grafted Blades. I mean, honestly, multi-hit with Grafted would still be fine. And I still think you probably... Like, they also have the Spiked Tier, I think. So Blood Fiends is still really good. But, man, that multi-hit... Now, does... I don't know if Blood Fiends double hit on the R2 counts as multi-hit. It actually might, dude. I want to lean towards saying it does count. Harrying Grandeur. All right, upgrading the seal. Yeah, for people who haven't seen this format, they have auto upgrade on other weapons as well. So the idea is you drop. Well, yeah, what upgrade is pretty much whenever you upgrade a weapon, every other weapon you pick up from that point on will be at the same level as your max upgraded item. So what they do is they'll upgrade something really cheap like a seal because upgrade cost is based on weight of the item. And you drop the weapon you intend to use, and then when you pick it up, it'll just be automatically upgraded to whatever I upgraded that seal to. So what it basically means is that the punishment of picking heavy weapons to use because it costs way more just doesn't really apply anymore. So as you can see, Pluryl just picked up a plus 15 Blood Fiends and a plus 6 Hulks right there. So, and we're going to be heading over to this Eastern Liurnia route. We got an X-Zykes. Like, I almost wonder, just get Blood Fiends for that stun and then Falk spam? Already a little bit of an incident here with this. Clean Rot Knight shooting the Halo Scythe at him. It'll be interesting to see what these players do with that Blood Fiend's arm. This is an insane build, dude. I do like the idea of going for a stun, but look at that damage already. But yeah, that's the one problem, I guess. You get this boss, and here comes the insanely annoying Rot AoE. This is the Jimmy attack. Jimmy from Software loves this attack, dude. Damage is honestly not looking too insane yet. There's a couple bleed procs already, though. This boss is so annoying, too, because it's, as you can see right there, this is a dragon that is bigger than all of the other ones. And so what that means is everything is further apart. Very nice kill, by the way, from Pluryl. Well done. But what that means is his head is higher up from the ground. His wings are further away from the head. So if you're trying to like kind of alternate what you attack on him, you just have to go further. And mostly it also is, we're seeing a little bit of a different strat. Has Az's gone to +7 on, he's using the Marays potentially. He went to a little bit of a higher upgrade level, so he's a tiny bit behind. We're going to see that X-Zykes fight again. Yeah, it's a very annoying boss because of that. And so if you're trying to, most of the time the strat on dragons is to go for that head because it's a weak point. You get way more poise damage and damage. But when his head's higher in the air, you can't always do it. Now, Azaz is going with what I would think to do, which is Blood Fiends, get that stun, and then blast him, especially if you can skip that big Rot AoE. And it should be a stun on this next hit. It's a little unlucky, though. Yeah, I think if done correctly, should be able to skip that Rot attack. Okay, looks like just going to go... Oh, gets memed, though, on the positioning. Again, the boss being bigger does impact that, because it means you have further to run away, or further distance to run around the boss to get to the head. Also, we got a consort in for the Tibia Mariner. It looks like we're just going to skip it. But right now, I think Pluryl has had the slight advantage on this boss kill. Maybe got better RNG as well. Pluryl's X-Zykes didn't really fly around all that much. But yeah, why is his tracking so bad, dude? What an absolute garbage boss this guy is. But I really like the stuns. But I think what I would like to see is maybe swapping to the Falks after a stun and then trying to get a bleed proc. Is that enough for the kill? Not quite. Nice R2 to the head. Oh, just one throwing dagger is all you need. Nice kill from Azaz, though. Different strategy. Falks seem to have the advantage there, though. Especially X-Zykes has a ton of HP. And more HP equals more bleed damage. Simply. Yeah, Pluryl skipped the Knight's Cavalry and that Tibia Mariner. I think probably wanted to fight that Tibia Mariner, but just decided that's consort. I don't want to deal with that so early. We will see what Azaz does. Meanwhile, making the way up, Pluryl's making his way up to Church of Vows. For now. I didn't quite catch who this Knight's Cavalry boss was. It probably wasn't good, though, if Pluryl skipped it. Oh, we got it. Dude, we have an untouchable. Ooh, that's really scary. I didn't even know those were enabled in this. Okay, gets the rest. Okay, whoa. That... Oh, it's a Malenia, dude. And Azaz is just going to go for it. I love it, dude. I love this play. I love it because it's a Giga Chad play. I don't know if it's actually the smartest play. Beautiful waterfowl dodging as well. Oh, that nice bleed proc. I mean, this isn't... With how good Azaz is at this fight, I don't think this is actually too slow. Now, again, though, what is Blood Fiend's better for this, though? It's hard to say. Because Malenia does do that meme where she'll just parry your attack and then jump away. Nice jump attack. Meanwhile, we got an abductor. The duos in this mod are just so scuffed. We got a Pumpkinhead and an abductor. Okay, Zaz gets clipped maybe because of terrain, but gets into phase 2. Gotta watch out for this attack, dude. On weird terrain, sometimes you get stuck underneath her. The way bosses fly up in these games, they usually have their model extends down to the ground, so you can't go underneath it, even though you'd think you'd be able to because the boss is way up in the air. And so on weird terrain, sometimes you get stuck underneath. Dude, Zaz's damage is great here. Gets kind of memed, though, by another Rot Flower. Very well played so far, though. Zaz knows his stuff, dude. And perfect tank on the Rot right there, too, to not get rotted. That was really nice. Because it would have been really easy to go into early there, get 2 ticks of Rot. Oh, no, dude. Oh, no. That is not what you want to see. Azaz goes down to the waterfowl, dude. Dang. Damn, dude. That's not what you want to see. I guess just got caught on... I think he rotated correctly, but just I didn't get the roll off. And then got clipped, got rotted, and then I think at that point, it was maybe savable, but just kind of got handcuffed, dude. That is not what you want to see. So what happens now is Azaz's score is locked at 1. So if Pluryl literally just... Now, Pluryl doesn't know that Azaz died, but if Pluryl just stops playing, he would win, pretty much. But yeah, he doesn't know, so he's going to keep going. Now, Azaz will keep going, and if Pluryl does die, then we're pretty much... The match is back on. But he was playing it so well, too. Like, perfectly played, but just waterfowl, dude. I liked the play. I liked the play to go for Malenia. I don't think it was a bad play at all. His damage was pretty good. But just one mistake on that waterfowl, dude. Yeah, this early. Plural's got a Rykard. It's not over yet. And yeah, they had such a good build, too. Like, it'll be interesting to see what they still reach, but... Or reach in terms of score. But Pluryl in the driver's seat. He just needs to play clean. He doesn't know it, but he just needs to play smart and slow and just simply survive. But really untimely death right there. And yeah, I guess you could certainly question fighting Malenia that early. I think it was the right play, though. We got nice kill for Rykard from Pluryl. Got Venomous Fang as well. Not sure if that's any good for this, but it's a pretty good weapon overall, though. Maybe not when you're trying to go super fast. Plural's got a Kindred of Rot plus Nox Monk duo. Disgusting, dude. Whoa, be careful, Pluryl, dude. This is... Oh my goodness. He's trying to make it interesting. Yeah, this is definitely tough from his ass here, dude, because you have basically another 2... Like, we just started. And you got to go a whole 2 hours. You pretty much know it's like, my opponent's probably not going to die. But you know it's not in your hands anymore. A nice kill from Pluryl. Also, Azaz is getting absolutely memed by... That was insane, dude. A Revenant teleported into the Rykard boss arena. It's just getting... It's going from bad to worse, dude. But they can teleport, and that is the thing that can happen. If they aggro on you, they will teleport far away. And if you're in a boss arena, they just don't care. I've never seen that happen in vanilla Elden Ring, though. I'm sure it could. Somehow, but There aren't many situations where that'd be possible. Meanwhile, right card is down for Zaz. So the score is 4-1. But yeah, Zaz is going to be locked at 1. So Pluryl's got that Blood Fiends out for the Gargoyle. It's so nice to have that strike damage. But I would love to just see an Endure. Just Endure and R2. Oh, it's a duo Garg as well. Does get the kill, though. Very timely kill. Jump attack, good damage. Nice kill. This is probably a nice boss to get early in the game. and not, you know, even if you get duo Gargs in Liurnia or something a bit higher scaled, that could be quite a problem. It was well played right there. I would love to see some Endure action, though. Because you know, who needs to roll, dude? When you got Endure, you simply do not need to roll. It doesn't really matter who you're fighting. Because I guess I didn't explain, but Endure gives you basically unlimited poise and then 50% more damage negation for a couple seconds. That's why that grafted version, Oath of Vengeance, is so strong, because it lasts even longer. I honestly don't know the exact amount of times. But you're taking half damage. I think it's half. So, you know, that bosses aren't really a threat to you anymore. And if you've seen the tank run, you would know that. Man, look at this. Oh, Godefroy getting a hit in, but they got Bubble Tier as well. I like that Pluryl's going with that, especially in the position he's in. He doesn't know it, that he's got a massive advantage here, but I don't think they really had any other physic tier that made sense anyways. So Zaz is going to keep fighting, though, and you never know, right? Pluryl makes a mistake. And the match is back on. But yeah, Pluryl is looking like a genius for not fighting that Malenia, though, right now. Which probably most players would have done, I think. Most players probably would skip that Malenia super early. Got Godefroy again. I feel like Pluryl's damage was higher, but maybe he just got more hits and ended up getting the bleed. It kind of gets memed on the side of the arena as well. Nice kill. What the locked means is Zaz unfortunately died. And he died after he had a score of 1. And so that means his score is locked at 1. If Pluryl dies, then basically the deaths are negated because they both have died. And so then it goes back to being the score. But right now, if Pluryl doesn't die, then he will simply win because Zaz's score is locked at 1 because he died. That is the deathless part of this. But it's not necessarily over, though. It's not just your opponent died, you win. Oh, Blackblade Kindred in the shack. Man, the Falks, why is it doing so much damage? It's because he's getting those multi-hit. Oh my god. I mean, we are Limgrave, to be fair, but I mean, you'd think it's like, oh, I should probably switch to the strike weapon on a boss that is resistant to slash and weak to strike, but Falks doesn't care, I guess, for now. Doesn't care for now. Black Knife Assassin. Whoa, that was the... Oh, gets grabbed. That was the torrent attack. And a nice dodge on it as well. They're having some massive terrain issues. This is a really bad arena. Nice kill. Rivers of Blood. Rivers of Blood and Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone as well. I didn't see if Pluryl went to this graveyard. But getting a plus... Like, going to plus 25... Actually, I guess there's a problem because you can't... You would need the Smithing Stone 8s. So maybe getting an Ancient Smithing Stone isn't that good. You're really looking for that Ancient Somber Stone, though, because... Or no, I guess you could just buy. Yeah, you could just buy the 8s. So, yeah, getting an Ancient Smithing Stone is good. Buy the 8s, get to plus 25. Somber Weapons go to plus 10 as well, which is a pretty big upgrade over plus 9, of course. Yeah, you'll see that the damage does ramp up because they have double multi-hit with the Thorny tier plus Rotten Wingsword Insignia. You know, the damage starts and it's like it's fine on the gargoyle, but then by the end of the fight, everything's ramped up. That's when the real damage comes out, dude. That's when you get a lot of damage. Yeah, probably most people haven't even seen that horse attack, I would imagine. Or that Black Knife Assassin attack. Zaz with a nice looking fight. I jinxed it, of course. Nice. It's a kill before assassin jumps. But yeah, the assassins, when you're on horse, they have this some scripted attack that they shoot a destined death attack at you, I guess, and it basically just knocks you off your horse guaranteed. Very scary when you're doing randomized or deathless because if you have an invisible assassin that shoots it at you, you get dismounted, they can riposte you on the ground. And that is when it's very dangerous, especially in a later game area. They riposte you, and it's like, oh shit, I'm lying on the ground with 5 health, and I'm looking really bad. But again, yeah, Pluryl does not know that Azaz has died. And so he's not, you know, maybe you would feel comfortable if you knew your opponent died, but he is not feeling comfortable. And if Pluryl dies, the match is right back on. So that's why Azaz needs to keep playing. I mean, it'd be easy to get flustered. You died so early in the match. Just needs to keep playing, and he's got to pray. Pray that Pluryl dies, but it's possible. It's certainly possible. There are some really dangerous segments like Black Knife Catacombs where if you just get bad enemies in there, that could be the end. You got a bad boss in a tiny arena, something like that. It could happen. But yeah, the nice thing is the loser of a match in the winner's bracket doesn't get eliminated from the tournament yet. That's the advantage of coming in the top 16. If you're in the top 16, you have to lose twice to be eliminated. So even the person who makes it all the way to the finals, the grand finals in the winner's bracket, they still need to lose twice. And I've done double elimination tournaments, like no hit tournaments back in the day when we did more no hit tournaments, and those were my favorite ones for sure. But yeah, what that means is it's a very tall hill to climb for the person who comes out of the loser's bracket because they have to win twice in a row against the person who hasn't lost. So, not the easiest thing to do. Looks like we're both taking that patches route here, though. I guess, did Pluryl not go... I think he got the grace, but didn't go through the catacomb? Unless I'm seeing things, but... Interesting choice. Maybe, you know, Patches is a decent shop. So maybe he's just looking to build out his character more. I mean, he's got a great build right now, though. Looks like Azaz is doing the same thing. Technically, Pluryl could just stop playing the game, but he doesn't know. That's the thing, right? He doesn't know that Azaz has died. If he did know, then yeah, the match, like, it wouldn't be interesting because then he would just sit there. So... But that's why they don't know. It is double elimination. Yeah. Yeah, the winner's bracket does start 1-0, and it's a best of 3. It starts 1-0 for the person who won the winner's bracket. So, that is how it works. Again, double elimination is a great format, I think. But so yeah, they would have to lose twice, because if they lose once, then it goes to 1-1, and then it's whoever wins the last match. So, yeah, unfortunately, Azaz did die to an early Malenia. The fight was going great. He was executing it really well, but then Waterfowl came out, and Waterfowl does his thing, I guess. It just kills people. But he actually dodged it correctly, but then it just the roll. He didn't get the roll for some reason. Oh my lord, dude. Pluryl just violating patches. That Revenger's Blade. Pretty good Ash of War, actually. Can be pretty good. You might think this is only a jump attack weapon, and that's mostly true, but Revenger's Blade can do some good work. A lot of quick hits, but it also leaves you very vulnerable if like it's a pretty slow attack, so. But yeah, it wasn't that much faster than just doing a jump in R1, I guess. Yeah, checking the shops. Patches, what does he got? Got a You know what? I guess he does have a guaranteed Stone Sword key, and there's a two-handed talisman. Now, two-handed talisman doesn't work with dual-wielded weapons like the Falks, but it does work with Blood Fiend's arm. Yeah, we did see a Stone Sword key incident in the last match where Brian thought he had Stone Sword keys to get into, I believe it was Old Altus Tunnel, but just didn't have them, and that pretty much sealed the match, I would say. I mean, it was maybe over before that, but that was really like, that just sealed it. So, yeah, they're grabbing their Stone Sword keys. Meanwhile, we got a Demi-Human Chief plus a Crystallion. Let's see if we swap to Strike. You'd have to imagine we're swapping to Strike here. No swap to Strike. This is going to take way longer. Like, Curse Swords don't do the best poise damage. And you do have Blood Fiend's arm in your back pocket. This is questionable. There we go. Gets a stun eventually. Takes a riposte. Maybe not optimal, but he doesn't have to play optimal. He just got to play safe, even though he doesn't know. I can't emphasize that enough. He does not know that his ass has died. But yeah, you got a Blood Fiend's arm right there, which for people who don't know, Crystallions have, I believe it's 95, it's either 90 or 95% damage resist in every damage type except Strike before they get stunned. Once they get stunned, then their resistances go to kind of a normal level. You see Zaz getting a plus 10, by the way, maxed out weapons. And so, yeah, you can just simply use Strike. Use Strike and you don't even think about it. Yeah, Strike, as we've seen in this format, Strike is very important to get. Because, yeah, Crystallions are sped up a little bit, but that's not even the biggest reason, dude. There's so many Deathbirds and Gargoyles and stuff that you want to have Strike damage. You know, Tibia Mariners. It's very important to have a good variety of damage types here, or you know, in this case, they've got it, dude. They got Blood Fiends and the Falks. That pretty much covers everything. What does that not cover? I don't know. I can't think of a boss that you'd have a hard time with. I mean, maybe NPCs, I guess, but that's not really a damage type problem. Well, if Azaz dies again, then Pluryl would have to die twice for Azaz's current score to matter. So, yeah, if he dies again, it probably, I mean, it wouldn't change much, but it just means Pluryl can die. At that point, we got the duo Pumpkinhead coming up. Small arena, but really low scale. And it's I just can't get over how ugly the duos are when you have a mix of these two random bosses. But the way it works within the randomizers, it just takes a boss from each duo, basically, and trio. But nice kill. Falks is cleaning up. This is pretty early in early stages of this, so there's not, I would say there's not too much danger, but we did already have a death, so that's probably not entirely true. Dude, Inseparable Sword is a really nice pickup, actually. That thing has Sacred Blade built in, I think. It's the right weapon, right? Sacred Blade built in. That's the Great Sword, I think. Or is that the Straight Sword? I can't remember, dude. Yeah, it's a Great Sword. Has Sacred Blade built in. Excellent, like, Sacred Blade just straight up, plus 100% damage on Undead. So, that is what you want. So, yeah, you know, you don't even think about Blood Fiend's arm anymore. If you get a Deathbird, you pull out that Inseparable Sword. It's a great weapon to have in this format, that is. I'm still curious. I haven't seen anyone using Endure yet. I would love to see how good that is in this format. It's got to be really good, dude. But so are the Falks, I guess. Will we see this early Bell-bearing Hunter? I mean, what we've seen from people is they want to check the boss. And then, you know, if it's bad, you just leave because it's high scaled. But you can also get a lot of money from this. So it's probably worth checking out if you get a Knight's Cavalry or something like that. Or an Avatar, a Pumpkin. Dude, single Pumpkinhead's perfect, but it's got to not hit him in the head. But yeah, I mean, this is maybe... You're not going to get a ton of money from this, but... I mean, it doesn't really get much easier than this. I think maybe they're weak to slash as well. Got a Golden Godfrey as well for Zaz. Decimates him. Yeah, weapon requirements are off, I believe. And same with spell ones too, I think. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Zaz is doing that early early Limgrave chain, and Plural's going to Dragon Barrow. Ooh, a Midra fight? This late game Midra does not mess around. If you get a cancel and you get Madness, this is not free. This is certainly not free on this terrain. Oh, and he's tanky, but, you know, Fox is a really good weapon for this because he's weak to bleed. Ooh, this is scary. I would be very scared here, dude. You know what? Actually, really nice play getting behind the wall. See, he gets the laser. That's exactly what I'd be scared of, but he played it really well, dude. He hid behind the wall. I'm not sure if it's because he knew that was going to happen, but that AoE into laser can just, like, evaporate your health bar. Ooh, we got to be really careful here, dude. One more hit and he's dead. Nice dodges. Meanwhile, we got an avatar happening. Scadu Tree avatar. This Midra is looking like this maybe should have been a skip. Wow, what a dodge that was. That madness bar is building. This terrain is certainly not helping. Might get one more bleed proc, but the bleed resistance is probably going pretty high right about now. Oh, this terrain is really rough, dude. Nice dodges as well. Gets the stun. Gets the stun. Maybe 2 more hits. Nice kill, dude. Wow. That's going to be huge money right there. And he's got the golden foot. If he can use it, he's kind of fumbling it. Oh, he didn't get it, but it's 260k right there. Oh, boy. That was... we could have had a match back on right there, but what a kill that was, man. He was tensing up. You could definitely see it. You could definitely see it because he knew he was 1 hit away. He got hit by one of those attacks, like the big madness build-up ones. It was over. Oh, what a kill, though. And gets the big reward from it, too. It wasn't that slow of a fight. Has 300k in the bank right now. And is leveling Dex as well. I believe that was Dex. Leveling Dex when you got Blood Fiend's arm feels like a crime. But we got a Torch Tree Sentinel. That's pretty straightforward. Damage isn't the best, but Torch version is definitely the easiest, but oh my lord, that's a lot of damage. Meanwhile, we got an Adula on the Limgrave Bridge, but he's going down quick. That's a stun, but then immediately loses it because of the multi-hit from the curved swords. But yeah, definitely to be safe, just sit on the torch side here. The torch basically does no damage. Very nice kill from Pluryl. Gonna get good money from that too, I guess. Maybe not 300k, but 100k in the bank. Pretty good bosses, I would say. I mean, that Midra was really sketchy, but he played it well. It's a ton of money. Gonna go check what this avatar is. I couldn't tell what the bridge boss was, but he looked at it. And so what he'll do is, if it's a good boss, he'll go back to that grace on the bridge. Is that still doing the Limgrave sections? We got a Cemetery Shade. Now they are weak to Holy and Strike. I think Strike is good as well. They don't get grabbed. Nice dodge. Still going Falks though. But, you know, maybe Pluryl doesn't like to swap as much, which is perfectly reasonable. I mean, we've seen instances where people try to swap and they, you know, they're in the menu, they're fumbling, and they start getting hit by the boss, stuff like that. I mean, this boss has, like, no health anyways. He's doing the backstab loop. Not the fastest way to kill these guys, but definitely the safest as well. But very nice kill. It's another tidy 65,000. Anvil Hammer. Ooh, boy. You got an Anvil Hammer and a Blood Fiend's arm. Now, what do you do with that? I wonder. What do you do? The problem is he pumped up his dex really high. That's what I'm saying. Dex... I think Dex is a lot more limiting in this. Meanwhile, Zaz is getting absolutely blasted by Dane. Man, what an annoying boss. Again, I would love to see some Endure gaming. Endure is very good. And that build is possible. Blood Fiend's Arm, Anvil Hammer. And you can put Blood Fiends in the right hand and you got Endure. And you can just L2 and then jump L1. and that's what you could do. It's hard to imagine that not being the best setup right now, but it does depend on the boss. And Falx is still doing extremely well, especially early in the game. I do think Blood Fiends, though, would be better. But that Dex, he put like 30 levels into Dex at this point. But he's really just cruising along right now. Pretty well. Now, I did have a death jumping across the Spirit Spring. The first time I've ever seen it. And it's because I think it's based on where you land. Like where Azaz just jumped across. I want to say it's where you land. If you like land on that little slope, then that's how it happened. But I really don't know. I should probably test it because I've done that section very late on region locked. Or not on region locked. On like all bosses no hit. And I go to Weeping late. And dying there like 10 hours in would really suck. Be careful of this Death Blight, dude. Oh my lord. The Deathrite Bird in Soldier Godric is actually packing a punch, dude. That was actually really scary right there. Got a Bloodhound coming in. And a bird. What an absolutely disgusting combo. Dude, this bird is going insane. Azaz paid this bird. Also, Moog, Lord of Bloods, gets smoked. Azaz has paid the bird. Go get him, Dean. Is what he was saying. That was Dean coming from Azaz's game. All right, we're heading down to Knights Cavalry as well. This play from Pluryl is working out beautifully, dude. He's got an incredible build. Maybe the best build we've seen so far. And he's got an insane amount of money. The only problem is he put a Dex, I think. I feel like he maybe regrets putting it into Dex for now. Yeah, and it's a demi-human who's going to get shredded by the Falx as well. Yeah, the Anvil Hammer is one of the hardest hitting weapons in the whole game. Would be an excellent choice to dual wield with Blood Fiends. Would be an excellent, excellent choice. And I can just imagine, dude, Endure plus jump L1s with the Colossals. Was that more endurance? Yeah, that may be a consideration too, is that those things are heavy. So you need some carry weight for that. And we do have Snowfield Grace. I'm wondering, is he going to get some money, maybe? The Magma Worm? More money. I really do want to see that Endure. I think it's the winning play, dude. And I like there have been opportunities in each of the matches that I've commentated for Endure gaming, and we have not seen it. But we're going to the Magma Worm Theodorix in Snowfield. This is a quick boss to reach. And then not to mention, there's also the Crusader who is right there. Who is that? Anvil Hammer has been taken out. All right, it's a duelist. This is pretty good. But yeah, Theodorix, though, is definitely one of the higher scaled arenas in the game. Very nice jump attack, but doesn't get the roll. Oh, boy. That's a lot of damage right there. We're going to have to rely on those bleed procs. I don't think that grab does too much damage. Duelists are pretty weak to bleed. Getting that multi-hit build up too. Nice kill, dude. Really nice. Azaz is fighting a Bloodhound Knight. Still in early game. It's very interesting to see Pluryl going for some of these kind of like riskier bosses, especially knowing what we know, and that all he needs to do is not die and he'll win. But he's going for it, dude. And it's working out pretty well. Unfortunately, didn't get a ton of money from that Theodorix, though. Not a lot of money. Yeah, Zaz just going through Weeping. Nice walk through Weeping Peninsula. Get some sort of NPC, and it's Red Bear. Revenger's Blade. Well, look at this Revenger's Blade. Insane roll catching. Wow, what an absolutely beautiful kill that was right there. From Azaz. I didn't know about Revenger's Blade causing NPCs that many issues. That's really nice. Blind hard tier. That's a good peachy option. You're trying to be extra safe. Yeah, I've definitely seen Fox in PvP do that to people, but I haven't considered that on NPCs before, but that worked very nicely. And we have a Rakshasa. We got the crouch pokes on the anvil hammer. I say crouch pokes. It's not crouch pokes. It's like crouch slams, but it's because the colossal sword has the crouch poke. So, kind of an underrated. Well, maybe it's not underrated, but I've seen a lot of people talk about, not specifically for this, for DRL or anything, but just, crouch pokes with colossal swords are really well known for their hit stun and their range and stuff, and it can sunlock just so many bosses in the game. But colossal hammers or colossal weapons with that can also just do the same thing. It has insane hit stun on that crouch attack, and a lot of bosses just can't do anything. They simply can't. So, that's fighting a Death Knight. Also weak to Holy. I'm not sure about Strike. Maybe Strike. Like usually when an enemy's weak to Holy, they're weak to Strike as well. But all right, Stone Digger Troll gets smoked in Margit's Arena. Yeah, Pluryl's just cruising along right here. Yeah, the crouch attacks did get buffed. Like that was a long time ago though, I think. But all right, now going back to this Limgrave Catacomb with the Duelist. You know what? I guess maybe the reason for leaving it is that this place can be very dangerous depending on the enemies. It is the highest imp density area in the game, or catacomb. So there are 3 rooms, and there are 3 imps in each room. And so basically what that means for randomizers is that there are a lot of enemies. 9 enemies in a very small amount of space. So if you get some really bad enemies in there, I could see a death happening, potentially. And a Ghost Flame Dragon, look at that Sacred Blade damage, dude. Really nice swap. Look at dude. How good is that? How good is Sacred Blade? Yeah, and once you combine that, if you get a Sacred Order, all of a sudden you're one-shotting everybody. Because the anti-dead enemy effect, they do stack. So yeah, you could go Sacred Order and then use a Sacred Blade and just headshot Sacred Blade, just one shot anything, pretty much. It's a fun setup. Also, Smaragd goes down. Deathbird replacement in Limgrave, or I guess Weeping. Now Pluryl's like Zaz did this 10 minutes ago, at least, or maybe even more, 20 minutes ago. But Pluryl is going to early Limgrave chain of bosses. Also, one other kind of strat that you saw Pluryl just do, no one really goes to fight the Agil that's there. The reason being that in a randomizer, there are, a bunch of random enemies around there. Just like Agil has a bunch of those servants that are just sitting there that get run over when he flies in. But in a randomizer, that doesn't happen, right? Because the boss is just sitting there. But if you go and trigger the boss arena, which in the main game would trigger the Agil to fly in, if you reload that area, then all of those enemies are gone in the randomizer. So that's why no one just fights the Agil boss right there, because you're just needlessly adding more adds to the fight. And so yeah, you trigger that arena, that Agil fly-in thing, and then you kill the troll, and when you exit, then all of those enemies around the Agil will be just simply gone. So also, Azaz just smoked a Magworm, I think. But we are in a pretty chill part of the run right now. We're in Weeping, in Limgrave. Not totally safe, though. I mean, we on the Knights Cavalry on the Limgrave Bridge, we saw people nearly get knocked off there, depending on the boss. And I think that was the Adula. So, Godfrey, first Elden Lord. And that damage is very high. 2-shotted him. He's just simply 2-shot, dude. Didn't even use the physic either. Guess you don't even need it. I do think that this seed has the potential for a very high score. Like they have insane builds. You got that anti-undead enemy Sacred Blade build. Anvil Hammer, Blood. We haven't even seen Blood Fiends really. Azaz used it on the first boss, but that was it. You know, you have some of the best weapons in the game. All right, Avatar now. We got an Anvil Hammer. Avatar is super weak to fire. So a nice play. Oh. Oh, look at that damage, dude. Nice. Yep, take the riposte. You do extra damage, or the boss has health missing when you riposte it when it comes back. Yeah, I was wondering why that damage was so low on the first hit, but it's just because it wasn't a headshot. Nice, dude. You can try to greed here. Ah, mistimes it, unfortunately. Nice, dude. Really nice. Catch him right out of the slide. That actually saves a really good amount of time. Well, a couple seconds. But as we've seen in some of the matches, a couple seconds does matter. That first match, it literally came down to less than a minute because they tied on bosses. Okay, is he going to roll this properly? Nope. Gets blasted. Not the easiest roll when you're in tight like that, but nice Avatar kill. Also, Zaz taking out the Miranda boss. Zaz has definitely got some speed, dude. They have taken quite different routes, though. Pluryl has gone through Dragon Barrow already. Which is definitely the harder and slower path, but he is still ahead. But Zaz also did die, so. Right, Crow incident. Just kidding. Smokes him. Oh, and there's an ancient dragon right there. Oh, this is... this is quite something. It's like, who's the boss, dude? Oh, boy. I mean, we are Limgrave, but you gotta be a little careful. Just kidding. Just simply blast, I guess. Nice, dude. Yeah, for people who missed it earlier, Zaz did die to a Liurnia Malenia fight. She was pretty close to dying, but she pulled out a last-second waterfowl, and Zaz just got caught in it, dude. That's pretty much all that happened. Got caught in the waterfowl, and then got rotted. Got hit by the final part of it. I think kind of maybe there was a little bit of panic once he got hit by the first part of waterfowl and got rotted. Because he was still alive, and you know, if the roll came out, probably would have survived, but that's a tough position to be in, dude. Flying Dragon Aguil goes down. Very tough position. And it's so quick, right? It's a hard attack to execute the dodge on in the normal arena, but then when you got trees around, now it wasn't really because of the terrain, I wouldn't say, but when you have the concern of terrain and stuff, like it's a hard. Malenia's a tough fight when you're not in her arena. Even when you are in her arena, it's tough, but especially when you're not. So, or is that heading to Celia Tunnel? Meanwhile, Pluryl still heading through Weeping. Fully has the match under control right now. He's way ahead on bosses, has taken the harder route through Dragon Barrow and is still ahead. Has a lot of early game stuff to do and hasn't died, most importantly. He has not died, which means if he stopped playing the game right now, he would win. Because his Azaz score is locked, so the official score, if it ended right now, would be 25-1. Oh, and my favorite boss in the whole Soul series is Jory right here. You're going to want to get the backstab and cancel the teleport, what's about to happen right now. Just kidding. I guess maybe a little bit more damage needs to be done. But that's what Azaz is looking for, to cancel that teleport. And then you can kind of start wailing on the boss, because the boss does have a cooldown. Oh, interesting. The boss was about to teleport, but he got a bleed proc. That was nice, actually. That was nice. Very annoying boss. In fact, I would argue it's the most annoying boss. Period. That's it. I think it's the most annoying boss I've ever fought. I mean, maybe like Beta Chaos could be up there too. But Jory's so bad, dude. See, the way I died is pretty much exactly what Pluryl just did when he jumped on that Spirit Spring. Like, I always double jump, and the one time I didn't double jump is when I died. And it's because I landed, like, on that little slope, I think. So I don't know if that's some known thing. But now I'm going to be scared every time I jump across there. Yeah, the ignorance was nice that I didn't know it was possible. But now that I know it's possible, it's a little scary. Azaz going to Nox Duo. Still very early game scaling. Got a Dan Thief of Fire. He doesn't even have his big armor on, so you don't even have to worry about poise. And then, yeah, Moog Lord of Blood. Have a good rest, buddy. Gets decimated from the bleed. Vow of the Indomitable Ashibor. Not maybe particularly useful for this format. It would be nice to have, but it's probably not worth going to equip that on anything, unfortunately. There could be situations where I could actually see it being good, though, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Probably not, because you want to just keep attacking in this. You're trying to be fast. All right, another Deathrite Bird. And the more of these undead enemies, like Strike is great, as you can see here. And it's going to be a stun pretty much immediately from Azaz with the Blood Fiend's arm. But if you had Sacred Blade with that unseparable sword, nice skip from Pluryl as well. But yeah, still really quick Deathrite Bird. But Pluryl's going to be able to two-shot that boss. So like, and I believe that was from, oh, we got a Godric Great Rune from Azaz as well, actually. That was from one of the Dragon Barrel fights, I believe, right? So you get a big advantage, I guess, if you go over there, you get a good item. It's like, oh, and your opponent is not necessarily going to go over there. We've seen many different routes. Some people like to do early Dragon Barrel. Some people just pretty much don't do it at all until way later in the game. And I don't know what overall. I think the Dragon Barrel routes have been good. We haven't seen too many bad bosses that are just an immediate skip. It's a risk reward, dude. If you get good bosses there and you are good enough to not die to them, you can get a ton of money and potentially good items, I guess. Crafted Scion, getting smoked by that bleed. Yeah, how can you swap from this Falk, dude, when you're killing bosses that quickly? Would be hard to swap. Yeah, no Dectus so far. Dectus doesn't really matter in this game, though, because they have Nokron. So Nokron, I was trying to, people are like, oh yeah, that's Altus Access. I'm like, wait, what? How's that? Like, how's that Altus Access? But it's because you can go kill Fia's champs and take the portal. And you know what? That might sound like, oh, Fia's champs is so far away. It's actually not, though. I think they start before the Mimic tier. So you kill Mimic tier, free boss. You go kill Duo Gargs, which is right down the road. These are the crouch attacks that I was talking about, how they just stunlock everything. From Azaz right here with the Onyx Lord. Like, they can't do anything. So many bosses just can't do anything. And it's really funny. Also, Pluryl just killed whoever that was so fast, I didn't even see who it was. But we are still in Weeping Peninsula, so not exactly high scale. Azaz is getting to a little bit more dangerous areas. We got a Commander Nile. And this is the highest scaling in main Caelid. And like those summons are pretty tanky. This is not a free fight. Definitely. It's also kind of slow. Use that Endure, though. Use the Endure and don't even think about it. Start swinging. Just Endure and swing. Is what I would like to do. It gets a shield kill. Starts crouch. I want to say poking, but it's not crouch poking. Pluryl's got a crow coming after him. Gotta be a little careful. Okay, get that heal off. Ooh, it was a little close. Yeah, Falx is a good play here, I think. Also, Burial Watchdog from Pluryl gets smoked, of course. He's got an insane build, and he's like, what level is he? 60 at this point, at least? Does gets hit by that stomp. The one problem with some of the jump attack builds is when you always have to jump attack, some enemies just don't get hit as often. And you end up missing above their head a bunch of times. And this is a boss where that maybe could happen. And sometimes you got to like delay your L1 in the air so that you actually land all the hits. You can also jump over a lot of these attacks if you space it properly, like some of those stomps. Pretty good damage, though, for high scaling boss right here. Nice stun. Probably didn't mean to take that riposte, but gets the job done. Nice kill on Commander Nile. Portal opens when you kill Fortisax? I don't think that's true. Is it? I think the portal just opens once you kill Fia's champs, though. Oh, yeah, and 2 Great Runes. That's one. Oh, and the mod... Okay, I see. Yeah, makes sense. So the mod removes that portal. I guess I didn't even think about that with the Great Runes. Leonine Misbegotten in the smallest arena in the game gets smoked. And Azaz heading down to the Cemetery Shade and Southern Kaled as well. Yeah, that portal route is something that I've tried to think about how it would work in a no-hit run. You know, going to do Fia's champs early to get in capital and skip DTS, but it just doesn't work because if it was actually a reasonable boss instead of Fia's champs, then it would make sense to do that route on an all remembrances run. But Pluryl is going for the Revenger's Blade, but going with the follow-up as well. We saw Zaz on this fight just simply not use the follow-up. It was a great roll catch, but worked for Pluryl pretty well right there. Just simply do the follow-up. Zaz did get rotted. Just not ideal, but it is the weak rot. But when you have a big health bar, that rot does more damage to you. Doesn't have anything to cure it as well. And only has 1 heal left. This is scary. This is actually really not free. You know what? Great boss, though, because you can just backstab. And when you're in iframes, that rot doesn't do anything. But okay, or just do that, I guess. Or just kill him so quick. That could have been really scary if you got a stalling fight right there. Like, maybe wouldn't have had enough health, but that got the job done. Right now, the score is 31-1, but Azaz has killed 27 bosses so far. So within 4, Pluryl's playing really clean to this point. In terms of actual boss pace, I don't think Pluryl is much ahead. Azaz did have that death, which did waste time, obviously. So that would be the amount that Pluryl's ahead, pretty much. I would say they're pretty even on boss kills. They both have an insanely good build and are just blasting everybody. So that's what I was saying. I think this could be a really high-score game because of the build they have. Not to mention, Pluryl's also got... Like, Pluryl just has so many options right now. Could go double Colossal, has Sacred Blade built in with Inseparable Sword, also has the Falks. What else? I mean, Death's Poker, maybe? I don't know what else you could possibly need to make your build better. But pretty much has everything you could want. And not to mention, really good talismans. Part of the reason why they're sticking with the Falks is because they have Rotten Wingsword Insignia plus Thorny Crack Tier, which are the 2 highest multi-hit effects in the game, or highest potential multi-hit buffs. We've seen a lot of people pick up the Sacred Tier, but it looks like Pluryl's not going to. Which, of course, knowing what we know, he probably should, because he just needs to not die. But personally, I probably would be doing the same. I think I would probably skip a lot of these heal stuff. Depends on... It also does depend on the build a little bit, I guess. If you're going to be tanking more... Like, if you're going to go with the Death's Poker, for example, where you're going to be tanking, then you probably should get the heals. But if you're just gaming with Falks, like, it's not really about trading with these things as much. And look, I mean, why do you need to heal when you kill bosses like that, right? Abductor gets smoked from his ass. Watchdog is going to get smoked as well. Yeah, why need heal when kill boss? Simply. But again, Pluryl does not know that Azaz has died. So, you know, otherwise he might be just kind of chilling right now. Doesn't have to worry about anything because he's got to... No, he just needs to not die, but he doesn't know that. So he's trying to be still really quick and efficient. Some crystal darts at the merchant. I think the crystal darts are more for if you get a high scaling Urchery Watchdog type of thing. In the early game, we've seen people use crystal darts, but they don't really do much if you're in early game because you just kill the enemy so quickly. But if you're in late game, and especially if you get a trio boss that has a Watchdog, that's when it's big. Which we saw last game. Last game had the Crystallian trio replacing the Worm face, and then there was a Watchdog in there. And that's probably the exact situation you want Crystal Darts for. Really nice Magma Worm kill, dude. Just blasting the health bar down. Pluryl just smokes him. Pluryl's also selling more stuff to get even more money. He's level 68, I think that is. Zaz also just getting this Dragon Barrow. It was a... Was it a duelist? I don't think so. It was someone easy. Oh, it was a Pumpkinhead. There it is. All you got to do is not hit him in the head. One of the easiest movesets in the game. And even Dragon Barrow scaling. It's like a wet noodle, so... Not too much to worry about. Nice kill on the pumpkin. Pluryl still cleaning out Limgrave. Should be heading to Liurnia pretty soon, though. I think Weeping is pretty much done. If not entirely done. And then maybe a few more bosses to clean up in main Limgrave and then head to Liurnia. I wonder if he's going to be heading back to that Malenia fight. Because... honestly, it's not like when Azaz fought Malenia earlier, he had way more health than Pluryl has right now or anything. Like maybe it was a little bit, maybe Pluryl has a little bit more than Azaz had, but it's not like it's a free fight. Azaz can still win if Pluryl dies. That's the only way. Pluryl has to die. So if he plays clean, he wins. So it isn't over. That's why these guys are still playing. And again, Pluryl does not know that Azaz has died. So from his perspective, he just goes as normal. That's it. And he knows he's playing an extremely good opponent. And that can put some pressure on too. When you know you're playing against someone who's really fast and really good, potentially that could lead to a situation where you're like kind of going outside of your comfort zone, maybe, and that could be a bad thing, but so far Pluryl's done really good. Done extremely well. So this could be another upset in the winner's bracket. And also just simply one-shot the Cemetery Shade, I guess. All right, as that's heading down, we got a Star Scourge Radan down here. Perfect build for him again, dude. Just simply bleed, jump attack. Nice dodge. Should easily get the kill. Maybe whiffed a few of those jump attacks, but a little bit of a just time to roll, but it doesn't even matter, dude. Nice damage, dude. Meanwhile, Pluryl heading to Temple Quarter. Maybe we'll go do that Avatar, but also could just be going to check Smaragd as well. Either one. There's a fire tier that Azaz just got, and so honestly, even with the Anvil Hammer, you probably still don't go with it. You have a really good physics setup already. Zaz heading down to Magma Worm, and Pluryl is going to, I guess, as a Tibia Mariner. And he's got that Sacred Blade. Now, you don't get the plus 100% damage bonus on a Tibia Mariner for some reason, but Holy is still the best damage type. Holy and Strike. But yeah, I don't know why you don't get the Undead bonus on them. Weird. Look at that. I mean, the damage is still so good on this thing. What a great pickup that is. That's maybe one of the best pickups you could have. Also, we got a Divine Warrior thing comboing Azaz, but a Bird Warrior. He manages to get past it. Yeah, if you're confused by the score, so Azaz is locked at 1 because he died after killing one boss. The reason this is not over is because if Pluryl dies, also that Warrior is still coming after Azaz here. You could maybe be attacking him in the boss arena, but he does swap to Strike, which is good. The Imp makes it in the boss arena. Damn, dude. If Pluryl dies, then pretty much the deaths are offset. And so now just whoever gets the highest score wins at that point. So yeah, right now Pluryl has a huge advantage. If he doesn't die, he will win. If he dies, though, all of a sudden Azaz's 33 does start to count, and then we're back to a real match, pretty much. So that's why it's locked, because he died, but if they both die, then they continue on. All right, another Tibia Mariner. Not going to swap to Sacred Blade. You probably don't need to this early in the game with that damage, dude. And look at the multi-hit. You can really see it ramp up so fast. Like, the first hit does almost half as much damage as the last hit. All right, we're headed to Balls Everjail. And we are in Death Touch Catacombs for Zaz right now, I believe. Yep, Death Touch Catacomb. I couldn't remember the name. I couldn't remember if this was Black Knife Catacomb the other day. Black Knife Catacomb is the Liurni one. That has a double boss. It is dangerous. There are some dangerous sections in this. And, oh, yes. Rakshasa fight. Throwing a Blood Fiend's arm. Interesting. Wow, Rakshasa really does no damage, huh? That's really funny. You have Endure. You can use Endure. I want to see some Endure gaming. Also, Estelle gets eviscerated from Pluryl. Rakshasa dies. See, when you see these kills, that's when it starts to make sense. Like, oh yeah, they can get to 80 because they they kill bosses this quickly. That makes sense. They do kill bosses really damn fast in this. And it makes sense. You got a maxed out weapon with a level 70 character while in Limgrave and Liurnia. So yeah, that's what happens. With late game talismans, potentially as well. In this case, we have late game talismans, great physics setup. They are crunching these bosses, dude. It's pretty much unfair for the bosses. Like I mean, look at this troll fight. What can the troll do? He can't even stand up properly. And this tree spirit with the fox as well is going to get blasted. And that multi-hit's getting built up. As you can see, the damage getting higher and higher. I don't even think he got a bleed proc off there. Didn't even need it because the boss died so fast. Yeah, and a reminder, these guys do have a Grace in Nokron and Snowfield. So this format, the players, or each seed has 2 Graces in randomized areas. And what that means is if you get a good area, like Nokron, for example, that is a good area, you can go kill bosses there, but then it also means that Altus access is possible. Also, yeah, we got a Ghost Flame Dragon for Zaz. We saw Pluryl use Sacred Blade here, and the damage is so much higher. Like, he killed him in 3 hits. I mean, this is still great damage with the strike, but... yeah, and he still played it perfectly, too. On R2, or a couple pokes. Yeah, still actually really nice kill with that Blood Fiend's arm. Very nice. So yeah, basically just changes up the matches, makes it a little bit more variety in them, because you may have to adapt if you get a certain area, then your route changes and so on, right? So in this case, like I said, Nokron, the players will get Altus access from there, so they don't really need to worry about Dectus. Although if they got it, they could still go through Dectus if they wanted, but that would probably be the worst option. So Nokron, they can go all the way through to Fia's Champs, and they can take that portal to get into Lane Dell, and that's how they can get capital access on this one. And yeah, and potentially get a Grace in Gelmir as well, which gives Altus access. Or, you know, we've seen Farm Azula beside the Great Bridge, and then you kill Malekith for Altus access. We got the duo Gargs here. I would love to see some Endure gaming. But perfect kill anyways, though. Really good damage. Very nice. And Strafe, this should just get the kill here, I think. It's so funny, dude. That multi-hit on Blood Fiends. Why did they make it so strong? I don't know, but it's fun. It's fun, but it is probably the strongest weapon in the game. It'd be hard to argue that it wasn't the strongest. Oh, Azaz is heading back to that Malenia, dude. The one who ended the run. Or not ended necessarily, but we're going back to get the revenge. And the damage is definitely way higher now, too. Nice phase 1. Yeah, see, all these trees and stuff definitely complicate this a little bit. Meanwhile, Pluryl is in Celia Tunnel doing the skip. Nice skip. The key to the skip is basically to delay your jump attack a little bit. Like, delay the attack a tiny bit. You don't want to jump attack immediately. But yeah, gets the proper revenge on Malenia. There we go. There we go. Made no mistake this time. I don't even think got a waterfowl this time with that extra damage. And then we also have a consort up here, which I assume is going to get blasted. I actually kind of don't like the jump attacks on consort, but it's still probably good. Meanwhile, Jory's happening for Pluryl, but early game Jory, still pretty tanky though. I find the jump attack build on consort to be a little awkward with the speed of it. But so is pretty much every weapon on this guy, to be fair. He's not the most satisfying boss to fight in the game. That is for sure. With pretty much anything. Yeah, blocking this is a really good strat too. It doesn't really do a lot of damage. I think you're actually intended to block that attack. That's what it feels like anyways. But look at the combos. You get hit by one attack and then you're just stunned. And when you have a full scaling consort, that's when it's dumb as hell. But really nice skill from Zaz right there. Made no mistake. 41 to 39 right now in terms of boss kills. So Pluryl's a little ahead. We'll probably maintain that lead for the rest of the game, you'd think. The official score right now, though, is 41 to 1. So, not exactly close. But, if Pluryl dies, we are back to having a close game. So. All right, Nox Duo was, I forget. Oh, yeah, it was a Dan. And he is gone. Simply decimate him. Yeah, no caster curse. No, Pluryl's playing really good right now. Maybe had one scare on the Midra, but still played it really well. Especially considering the circumstances on that terrain with that Midra fight. And there's a common theme too. Status effects are very dangerous in this because even if you're fighting... Oh, and Zaz going past the untouchable, but it doesn't aggro to him. Nice pathing there. But yeah, status effects, when you're going through Limgrave, there's really not a lot of ways to die from just straight up damage from a boss. But status effects, we got a Deathbird, and he just kills... Look at how fast that kill is. I mean, Sacred Blade's so good. That was such a great pickup. Yeah, there's not really many ways to die because the scaling's so low. Bosses just don't do a lot of damage. But when they have status effects... Like Owns. We saw Owns the other day almost kill someone in Weeping Peninsula. And it's because they got combo chained and got frostbitten. And those frostbite procs, it doesn't, like, scaling doesn't matter at that point. It still builds up the same amount and it still does the same amount of damage to your health bar. Doesn't matter if you're at the start of the game or at the end of the game. Or high scaling or low scaling. And so statuses are pretty consistently something to be scared of in this. And even that rot on that Malenia fight a little bit, I mean, definitely contributed to the panic of on that waterfowl and then, you know, ended up dying after it. But yeah, left-handing your weapon, the main reason why I do it is when you're on Torrent, you can two-hand the weapon in your left hand, but you can't on your right hand. Part of the reason why these guys do it is because when you get to a Mimic, so we got a Grafted Scion in Kaled, just half the health gone in a single attack. Decimated, dude. But yeah, if you get to a Mimic tier, then Mimics are kind of dumb and they won't necessarily immediately equip the weapon if it's in your left hand. We got an Ordovis and a Demi-Human Chief. I mean, if you get blendered, this could be dangerous, but I mean, not anymore, I guess. Not anymore. Nice strafe, but maybe went a little wide on it, but still good. So many attacks you can jump. That was I guess he was a little close to it, maybe. Seemed like a fine jump there, though. But yeah, part of the reason why jump attacks are so strong in this format is because you can jump attack Well, I guess just attacking when the boss is attacking you is faster than dodging the attack and then attacking after the boss attacks, right? And so jump attacks enable you to just continually attack the boss while they're attacking you. And you know, it's the same idea with trading as well. Trading with bosses is definitely faster than dodging the attack and then attacking them after. But you know, trading is dangerous because you lose health. But when you can jump over stuff, then you just get both. So we got that Commander Nile fight. This is really dangerous. It gets immediately frostbitten. Really nice dodge at the end, dude. That could have easily killed. Oh my goodness, dude. Playing with fire right now. I guess he's playing with frost, but oh my lord, that was close. Oh, and frostbite makes you, it lowers your defense just like it does on enemies. Wow, that was so risky, dude. Nice punishes right in there as well before the AoE. Nice dodge on the Frost Stomp as well. Azaz gets picked up and thrown by the Deathbird. I haven't seen this grab attack hit too many times, dude. So it's a pretty cool one, though. Wow, that was really close from Pluryl, dude. He nearly made this a game. Nearly. I look to the right and I see getting blendered by 2 knights. My goodness, dude. Well played, though. Very fast. Very fast kill. Like, probably one of the faster Niles we've seen. At least dealing with the summons. Because he just gunned it in there. But doing that without Endure is a little sketchy, as you can see. And then immediately got frostbitten, too. And that's what I'm saying about status effects, dude. Frostbite is probably the one that's the scariest as well, because you also get that defense reduction. And that's what I'm talking about, but man, the status effects, I maybe spoke that into existence a little bit. But he got through it. Zaz is having a really hard time getting the Revenant Illusory floor. Yeah, you just got to roll into it. But he tried to jump attack with his right hand and it didn't hit the ground. All right, we got a Lanciax getting blendered. What we've seen on these Ancient Dragons is it's really just all about not whiffing them. We've seen significant time losses on these types of bosses. A really nice kill there. We've seen significant time losses because people whiff attacks. And then they, you know, fly up in the air and do all kinds of crazy stuff. That was well executed right there, though. Still a 4-boss lead from Pluryl. And that death is probably the main difference in that boss count, I'm guessing, right now. Because they've both been playing pretty well aside from that death. And we got just under 50 minutes left. 47-42. The official score is 47-1, though. So it's not maybe as close as it looks. Got a Nestel. That multi-hit damage is ramping. You just want to kill before the teleport. He did whiff. Is he dead? Oh, and he gets memed. He's outside the boss fog? No, he's not. Okay, just kidding. Okay, nice use of the crystal dart. I've definitely had it where Estelle teleports outside, and then there's not much you can do, but maybe his head was poking through something, because it did look like he was outside. Pluryl smokes that Redan as well. Heading into the Watchdog Catacomb. Cannot remember the name, of course, but... And the Tibia Mariner as well. We are seeing Pluryl has a weapon advantage here. He did do early Dragon Barrow and managed to find the Anvil Hammer, which has been good on bosses like the Avatar and stuff, but most importantly, found Inseparable Sword, which has Sacred Blade. And Holy Damage is really good in this game. Like, people talk about how bad Holy Damage is in Elden Ring. I mean, maybe before the DLC came out, but you know, how bad Holy Damage is in the base game of Elden Ring, but those are people talking about if you're only doing the main bosses. Outside of the main bosses, Holy is one of the best damage types you can get. There are so many undead enemies in the game and bosses, and just so many weak to Holy enemies, dude. They're really good damage type to have. Almost a required damage type to have in this game if you're doing anything beyond the main Remembrance bosses. And then not to mention the DLC is also really good, so... Holy and DLC does not suck. That's insane. It's literally the best damage type. Good on basically everything. And they probably specifically did that because they made Holy so bad in the base game. They're like, you know what? Or that was probably their plan. It's like, yeah, we're going to make Holy just absolute shit in the base game. Everyone's resistant to it. And then for lore reasons, everyone in the DLC is weak to Holy, I guess. Royal Revenant doesn't get killed before teleporting, but it's going to get killed here. Simple. And Mariner... Look at these bosses, dude. They look so dumb. They're just sitting there. Getting blendered by the Falks. They just can't do anything. All right, Azaz is heading to Western Liurnia, going to the Avatar Plus Roads and Catacombs. Pluryl's heading to Huge. Hopefully we get balls in the Huge Everjail. That's my favorite combo. Huge balls. Pluryl right now has this very under control. The only way this can get scary, and he does just have straight up a boss lead as well at this point. Like, this isn't just some routing lead. Or, you know, sometimes we see a player has more boss kills just because they went to an easier area or a faster area earlier. That's not even the case anymore. Not only does Pluryl have a boss lead, like a real boss lead, but he also doesn't, he hasn't died. So he has this fully under control. And we got a moose fight and a putrid tree spirit who is going to get decimated before the AoE. And down goes the ancestor spirit as well. So Pluryl would have to slow down and die. Like, even a death at this point, and he's still in a pretty solid spot, although obviously he doesn't want to die. But even if he did, he is still in the lead. But it depends on the death, I guess, right? Like, potentially a death you could waste like 5 minutes on. That's a lot, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. And again, if you die, your score is locked at whatever it was when you died. So that's why Azaz's score right now is officially 1. The game right now is 50-1, officially. If Pluryl dies, though, then it goes back, and then the score would be 50-46. So that's why this is not over. Both players don't know what the other's doing right now. So Azaz doesn't, like, he probably has an idea that this is really bad, that he died. But he doesn't even necessarily know that Pluryl hasn't died either. So there's still a chance. They both need to keep playing. And again, if Pluryl dies, the match is right back on, and it's close. We got Abandoned Cave and Roads End Catacomb right now. Should be pretty easy to not get rotted in here. And Azaz fighting that troll who's going to get two-shotted. I think whiffed maybe one part of the hit there. But I was close. Three-shotted. And yeah, these guys have such a good build too. That's why they're like, this is definitely the best build we've seen so far. Oh. And again, Pluryl's getting bullied in the corner. Has a Kindred of Rot who's shooting at him as well, but nothing too scary here. No problem. Oh, you know what? We got Azaz is taking the lower route here, or no, he's not. Just kidding. I thought he was at the Church of Vow still. But no, we established going through the rock skip is better because then Tree Sentinel and Death Knight happening. But yeah, it's better going that way because then you can get access to Bellum Highway if you don't get the Academy key. Death Knight gets stunned. Yeah, Blood Fiends, dude. Just bonk. Don't even think about it and just bonk. Like, just endure here. Or that works as well. I haven't seen a single endure cast in any match yet, dude. And it's so good. It is really good. We've got an Urgesteel Dagger, which is not a good weapon in this format, probably. I mean, you could make it work, though. I'm sure of it, but very good, like, best dagger in the game, easily. Very good weapon for general gameplay on a Faith build. It's the same reason why Blood Fiend's arm is so good with that Faith scaling. Urgesteel Dagger is the same thing. But of course, it doesn't have the insane poise damage and the insane damage per hit and stuff like that. So that's the part that's missing. Are we finally going to see a dual wield? We got Blood Fiends and the Anvil Hammer. We do have an Ash of War on Blood Fiend's arm, though. I didn't see what it was. And I wonder what the stat spread is looking like, because Pluryl did level a bunch of decks early in this, which has worked out really nicely for the Falks. But it does just mean that the dual wield, you know, this is clearly a strength setup. Oh, we got the pervert boss Garu. I would love to see some Endure gameplay right here, though. I'm dying to see it, dude. I'm dying to see it. All right, nice Garu kill. Very nice. Azaz is in the very dangerous Catacomb here, though. Black Knife Catacomb, you know what? The enemies are really good. So that's really good for Pluryl. Like, if I'm Azaz right there, I'm actually praying that I get horrible enemies in there. Because then I know my opponent has a higher chance of dying. That's what Azaz needs right now. He needs really bad... He needs to see really bad stuff on this seed for any chance of Pluryl to die at this point. Black Knight, injured Black Knight Assassin from Pluryl gets instantly destroyed. Moog the Omen, really easy in here. No, should be absolutely no problem. Even though he can't bleed, doesn't matter. Yeah, you just tank this bleed build-up for sure. Well, one thing that can be dangerous on Moog is when you get bled and then comboed into one of his attacks. That is the thing that could get you killed. Pluryl going back to that Malenia. Let's see how he does, dude. Malenia was the spot of the incident of Azaz's death. He did it really early. He's getting hit a lot here, and you obviously don't want to get hit on Malenia because she heals, but if she's at full health, maybe it doesn't matter. His damage is so high. But he's really getting a lot of whiffs. He's maybe not playing this perfectly. A lot of trading, which is definitely not what you want to do. It's a bleed proc. Getting clipped a few times. Okay, there we go. Phase 2. Phase 2 doesn't get hit by the AoE, which is good. Just got to play this really safe here, I think. Even though he doesn't know that he's he's got a huge lead, but yeah, look at that damage, dude. Really good damage. Nice kill. A little bit rough in phase 1, but very good phase 2. And also, we're seeing now Azaz is going into that Nokron Grace, so he's going to head to the Mimic. He's going to do the entire chain of bosses to get Altus here. And Azaz is not going to Dragon Barrow at all. And it's so hard to say what the best strategy is, right? Like I said, though, Dragon Barrow is kind of the high-risk, high-reward area. So we got that consort going on for Pluryl right now in Liurnia. I quite like Plural's build right now. He's got the bubble tier in, which is just like one less hit. You know, if you do tank a hit, then it's no problem. And I believe he should also have Ritual Shield Talisman on as well. So very safe. Like, that's exactly what he needs right now. Dodging this really nicely, though. Nice consort, dude. Really good. All right, Putrid Avatar for the Mimic. Zaz gets stomped, and then into the bad delay attack. And there's really not much you can do here. One of the worst attacks in the whole game. But yeah, you can't go greed anything there because you're guaranteed to get hit by 2 of the projectiles if you get hit. Like, if you go in right away. A nice kill on the Avatar. Pluryl heading to Mausoleum Compound as well. Going to do the jumps down. Could be possible to die on this, but just simply don't miss a rock and you're good to go. What I was interested in is, will Azaz take out the Ancestor Spirit boss here? It's kind of slow because you got to light all the flames. Is it too slow? I think it probably is, especially on a seed where you have such a good build. Like, you have potential to get a lot of bosses killed here. So, yeah, he's just going to skip all the flames. Makes perfect sense. I just don't know the exact timings of it, how long it would take. Now, I do think the Dragonkin below would be worth killing, though. But didn't pick up any Grace. Like, maybe just the Mimic Grace you could go from. I guess that's probably the idea. You go for the Mimic Grace. Because I do think that Dragonkin is worth killing at some point. It's really quick. You just jump down there. Fairly low scaled, too. But yes, this is the... Nokron is one of the starting Graces they got early in the game. And this is how they're going to get that Altus access. Through the Fierce Champion portal. We got a Death Knight fight. Sacred Blade would be really good here. You don't get the plus 100% damage, but they're still weak to Holy. And there are a lot of enemies around here, so you got to be careful of like baiting the boss back into them. It looks like none of them care, I guess, or they just didn't hear, so. We got an Elden Beast fight in the Duo Gargs arena. Okay, then. This is a boss that can massively stall, for sure. I mean, that's all this boss does, right? Just run away from you, pretty much. Very RNG dependent, though. Because, you know, sometimes you get good melee attacks and you could just wail on him and get a stun. Now, that damage... Whew, I think that damage is enough for one cycle, but... Might get the stun too quick, so maybe not, though. He's gonna get stun. Yeah, 3-hit stun. Like we were saying, Blood Fiend's arm does over 50 poise damage per charge R2. Okay, and we are going to see an Elden Stars here. And you have no Torrent to help you. Which, to be fair, most of these players are used to that because they added Torrent 2 years after the game came out in the Elden Beast arena. Which is insane, but... All right, we're going to see an Elden Stars right now. Most likely, I guess he's being weird. There's a chance he doesn't do Elden Stars. Oh my goodness, getting memed by the terrain. Could have gotten a full charge R2 off there. Oh my goodness. This is that stalling that I was talking about. Just a massive stall. Is that throwing the knives to try to upkeep that poise damage? Does land one. Does manage to land one. And this is only the first ring. Maybe Elden Beast and Rando is just super weird. And there's the Elden Stars. You just tank this, I think. You gotta just tank this. Nice kill, dude. That could have been a massive stall again if he got away, because that would have been the triple rings right there. If he whiffed that hit, that would have been another 30 seconds gone almost. 20, maybe 20 seconds. Gets a kill. Hard to get a... I mean, Elden Beast is just such a staller. I honestly do think the multi-hit build may have been better there, though. Multi-hit, like, even though the Falks don't do bleed, it just... The multi-hit build-up with how many... Oh, we're seeing double Colossal Gaming again, dude. Look at the damage. Oh. Oh, my God. Look at that damage, dude. The only thing we're missing is that Endure spam. This really feels like it's the final form DRL build. Just double Colossal, just smoke. Oh, he did do a respec. Okay, I didn't notice that. So he respec to strength, which is obviously what you want when using the biggest weapons in the game. Yep, simply endure and jump. Now, this Smithing Art Spears Ashivor maybe isn't terrible. It probably could be good if you're trying to hyper armor through an attack. Its damage is respectable as well, but nothing insane. How did he respec, though? Like, does the mod allow you to respec at a grace or something? I don't know about that, but Knight's Cavalry going down easily. Yeah, we are going to see a Siluria. That's what I thought. Siluria is definitely worth going to kill here. Okay, yeah, it is unlocked. Okay, yeah, I see. You can just respec. Oh, but you need a tier, though. Okay, interesting. That's pretty cool. I quite like that. Yep, Siluria is... Oh my goodness, it's Gideon, dude. Ah, it should be fine. I mean, Gideon... Well, I say should be fine, but this is actually pretty high scaling Gideon, and he's using that triple ring of light, which is just devastating when he uses it, dude. Actually devastating. Look at the hitbox on it. And you got to be careful of the ledge here. There's a ledge right behind. Oh my goodness. That is so close right there if he got comboed. Look at the triple rings of light, man. You know what? There's a good strat, actually. Look at the triple rings of light. And oh my goodness, dude. That's how he gets you right there, man. Oh, dude, if Pluryl goes to this fight, this could be an easy death. I was underestimating this a little bit because I thought he would just Revenger's Blade spam him. But hasn't really gotten the opening to go do it. Oh my lord, look at the damage because he got hit by that. And he's dead. Oh my goodness, dude. Gideon the Legend is an insane boss to get at like medium to high scaling. Wow. That is unbelievable, dude. Yeah, and he's just leaving him. But you know what? Well, 2 deaths is going to be so hard to come back from. But you know what? If Pluryl goes to that fight, I mean, that is not an easy fight right there. Yeah, he was tankier than I thought. And that seemed like a pretty normal Gideon right there to me. Like in terms of his damage. Wow. What I was going to say, though, is there's a strat where you can bait Gideon if you have throwing knives with when he does Comet Azure. You can throw a knife. He'll always roll forward, and then you can get a free backstab off, which he does have throwing knives available, but like maybe it wouldn't work in a different arena or something. I'm not sure. But yep, that's what Gideon does to you. It's funny how people have underestimated that boss or especially people who don't really know a ton about this game and they've only played it once. They're like, oh man, Gideon's so easy. Like, how can that boss be so hard? There it is. That's how. Triple Rings of Light hitbox is insanely bad. Or it's insanely good for Gideon, I guess. Bad for the player. Also, Pluryl just smoking Ordovis right now. Be a little careful here, though. Luckily, Ordovis wasn't doing anything. Also, I didn't see who Fiend's champs was because it's Zaz killed so quickly, but now we have Alta's access. And yeah, another death for Zaz. I think, you know what? I was thinking if he could survive that fight, that Gideon, Plural's absolutely going to go kill that Siluria because that's right on the way. That could have been exactly what Zaz was looking for, but just couldn't get it done, dude. Kind of went for the greed heal. Got hit by a comet that will do half your health bar in a single cast. And yeah, so. But yeah, as I was saying about Gideon, he's a cheater. And yeah, so he has infinite FP. He spams Comet. He spams Glintblades at you, so you can't even punish very much because if you get hit by a Glintblade, comboed into something else, you're just instantly killed. But by far the most egregious thing on Gideon is that triple Rings of Light, I would say. Pluryl not even bothering switching to Sacred Blade here, just gonna bonk. I mean, I don't blame him. Very quick kill still. But yeah, the triple Rings of Light, he can just spam it constantly, and it has an egregiously bad hitbox. We're gonna see a DTS, and it's Fia's Champions. Yeah, he's just leaving, dude. Fia's Champs is so slow and dangerous as well. Yeah, 2 deaths. It's hard to imagine Pluryl dying twice. And he's also now, Zaz is all of a sudden a bunch of bosses behind. 8 bosses behind here. With only 30 minutes left. Like, that's a massive amount of bosses to come back from, even, like, regardless of the deaths. So, we'll see. It's not over necessarily here, though, but Plural's playing really clean. Got the Lanciacs. Just double bonking him. I wonder what Ashavor he put on Blood Fiends, but it probably doesn't really matter. He just wanted that strength infusion. Probably doesn't even matter. We got a Maggie, and this arena is really annoying, too, because you have so many enemies around here. But the enemies don't look so bad, except for that maybe... Well, who was that? There's a bird. Okay. Good. You know what? Luckily, good boss, though. Because if you have, like, a dangerous boss there, then those enemies become much more of a factor. So, Plural heading to Magma Worm. Now, he hasn't gone to Altus yet. I really think this is Altus time after this. Because he does have to get through Knockron. Now, I'm so interested to see that Gideon. Like, this could be a game where we have numerous deaths. Because you got to go to that Siluria, right? It's right on the way. Maybe it's not right on the way, but it's right there, and it's really quick to get to. He's going to go to that Gideon. And, yeah, that was not an easy Gideon. I definitely was thinking, like, oh, yeah, you know, Gideon's scary, but, you know, Revenger's Blade just going to smoke him. And it didn't really work out that way. We've got a Nox plus Clean Rot in Bell-Bearing Hunter, Shack. These guys are annoying because they just like to block all the time, but good kill. Going to be heading down to the Black Knife Assassin in the Lanciax area. Meanwhile, this Crystallian's getting violated by double bonk as well. Giddy for Gideon, dude. It'll just be interesting to see if he survives that. Or maybe he'll just bail, because I don't think it's a crazy thing to bail from that fight. Gideon probably is the most dangerous NPC in the game. He's got to be, right? Aside from maybe Fia's Champs, because Fia's Champs is also really annoying, but... All right, here we go. Plural heading down to that Knockron route. Gonna take out the Mimic tier. I personally think going down to that Dragonkin is worth it, but this is I think this is the type of seed where you get mid 80s. Now, is he on pace for that? Maybe. But I think Knockron's a really good grace to get, plus insane build. So this is maybe a mid 80s seed for Plural, if he doesn't die to that Gideon. That is. And yeah, at this point, he's got it very under control. He's got a 2-death cushion here. He can die twice, and he'll still be in a very good spot, even if he died twice. So, nah, Rakshasa, no way, dude. Easily, I'd rather fight Rakshasa than Gideon. All right, we've got a Darwill for the Black Knife Assassin. Yeah, and this Anvil Hammer, too, on a Rotten Avatar. They're 100% weak to fire, so that's not bad. And look at the damage, dude. Beautiful. Almost got stuck on a pillar there, but no problem. Just ease. Like, look at the damage, dude. That's so funny. Very nice. So, yeah, I think maybe picking up this Grace, like, I don't know. I think that Dragonkin's probably worth going to kill, but looks like maybe both of them are just not going to do it. Maybe it's further away than I'm thinking, but I don't know. I think it's probably worth it. We got a Bell-Bearing Hunter for Lanciac. Should be pretty straightforward. This is another boss where with those jump attacks with the curve swords, you kind of need to jump and then delay your L1 so you don't miss over the head. Nice kill. Bleed on the last hit is a classic. Absolute classic. And then Azaz is going to jump down the Spirit Spring, and then there's a trio of bosses down here. The one that's kind of annoying, though, is the duo, because you have Tree Sentinel duo randomizes to two bosses that aren't necessarily duo bosses. It's just the way that the randomizer randomizes them. And so it can be pretty nasty if you get bad bosses, but we will have to see. Yeah, no one going to kill that Dragonkin soldier. Interesting. Both players do have the same seed, yes. Exact same seed. Now, they do take different routes and stuff. But exact same seed, it just, you know, sometimes one player finds weapons that the other player doesn't find and then gets an advantage based on that. And right now, this match does have that. Plural does have a better build, objectively. Has got that Sacred Blade. It's got that double Colossal build online. Sees the Elden Beast, but honestly, I think with this damage, Elden Beast won't be so bad. We have a Loretta fight who's getting blasted with the Falks. This is definitely the strongest setup I've seen in DRL so far from these players. Like, they really have everything you could want. Maybe they don't have Stone Barb, though. I'm not sure if they have it. Or did they? I can't remember. But yeah, look at his damage, dude. He does so much damage. Kind of getting blasted, though. The only way you would want to sit in that is if you had Endure going. But if he can get a stun right here. Oh, and he gets a half hit. I'm not sure if it would have stunned anyways, but his damage is so much higher than what his Zaz had here with the single Blood Fiends. Gets the stun in mid-air. Oh my goodness, what a kill. What a play that was, man. Even my cat noticed that right there. What an insane play. I knew he was close to a stun and he only got a half hit when he swam away. Gets the throwing knife stun that saves so much time. Dang, dude. Beautiful. That was really nice. Yeah, and that kill was probably 2 times faster than Zaz's kill, because Zaz's kill had less damage, but then Elden Beast also had a chance to swim away and do all this annoying stuff. Pluryl's was pretty much perfect. I can't really think of a better fight than that when you just rip him right out of the air when he's doing his ring attack. That was real nice, dude. But yeah, we're seeing the power of that double Colossal build here. Insane damage and insane poise damage. And that's where the poise damage comes in. If you can interrupt a boss's big attack or just stun them before they can do it, you're going to save a lot of time, and that can make the difference. Because right there, he probably saved almost a minute on that fight compared to his Zaz, I think. Maybe like at least 30 seconds, but probably closer to a minute. And we saw the first game that I commentated, the difference in that match was 1 minute. They tied on boss kills, but one of the players killed the final boss a minute faster than the other, and that was the difference in the game. And stuff like that right there is... Oh boy, we got a... Last two seconds. Also, Pluryl not going to Siluria. Maybe he... Like, I wonder... He must know that the boss is there, surely, but maybe he just wants to get that Altus access with 23 minutes left. Just thinks there's enough time. But it looks like he's not going to go to Siluria, which is actually really good for him. Like, I would think you would want to go that Siluria boss, but, you know, knowing what we know, it's Gideon. It's a really good play to not go there, but he doesn't know that, so. Yeah, Plassy's getting absolutely smoked in the meantime. Boss is super resistant to all the statuses, but not resistant to high damage, though. Try to greet some hits in here. Could maybe one more hit away. Nice dodge right there. Oh, but kind of delayed the attack a little bit. Should be able to finish the job here. Nice Placiduous X kill. I missed the boss who Fierce Champs was. Because they both killed it so fast. All right, now we have access to Altus. Okay, Clean Rod Knight. That makes sense why I was so quick. Zaz does a nice skip down to Godefroy as well. You know what, the boss, because Zaz got the Altus earlier, the boss gap is closing. Because it was up to like 8 at one point, but now it's down to 5. But of course, Pluryl is just getting into Altus now, so. Oh, was he thinking about that Siluria? Maybe. He might have been thinking about it. I wonder if we'll see him go back there. That is the... Honestly, that's the only hope Zaz has right now, I think. But even then, like, if he goes to that Gideon, goes and dies, he still needs to die again. Right? So he's in a really good spot. Also, Morgott gets smoked by Falks, of course. The deflecting hard tier. That's a cool tier, man. I don't think it would be that good in this format, unfortunately, though. Because each deflection is just less time hitting the boss. And we got a Fierce Champs. Is he going to bail? Zaz bailed from this one. Oh. Okay, he's going to... he's thinking about it right now. It looks like he's sticking around, though. He's sticking around. Now, the reason why you'd bail on Fierce Champs is because, first of all, they're extremely dangerous when you have the trio fight, but then they're also really slow. But absolutely decimating Rogier. This is where it gets interesting, the trio fight. And the horrible part is too, like, Fiest champs are normally pretty low scaled, where they are in Deep Root. Oh my lord. Okay, well, never mind. This is looking like it was the right play. And yeah, this guy's damage isn't actually too crazy. Like, this double Colossal guy can hit pretty hard, but that was easily worth it, dude. Nice play. Also, Gaius is arriving for Azaz. I believe this is the Sanguine Noble, maybe? He's pretty tanky, actually. Really tanky. Another boss that's super weak to Holy. Holy and Fire, actually. Nice dodge on the AoE. You get another jump attack. This is a little awkward, maybe. Nice dodge. Beautiful. It's phase 2 skip. Nice job, dude. But Pluryl has this completely under control. He did not... Like, the two deaths that Azaz had were basically two decisions that Pluryl decided to not do. Right? Go fight early Malenia. Pluryl just noticed it, simply walked past. And Gideon, who was replacing Siluria and Deep Root, Pluryl didn't even go over there. And I wonder, oh boy, what was that? He just got hit by, oh, maybe it was the Great Arrow? He's having a bit of a tough time. He's going to clean up some of the enemies around here first. Gotta be a little careful. It's almost where you could just spam that Ash of War and it'll probably clean up a lot of these enemies because it's a bit of an AoE on it. He's got to be a little careful. Nice dodge again. And he doesn't even heal. Oh my god. Oh my lord. He outspaces the attack narrowly. I wonder if he knew how low his health was. Oh, he's got no heals. He has no heals left. Oh my goodness. I cannot believe he is still alive right now. He's on fumes right now, dude. He's got no health left and he gets away. And here's the thing. He doesn't know that he's got a he doesn't know he's got a death cushion. Like, in his head right there, he's probably just thinking if he died, he's not even resting. He's a maniac, dude. But in his head, he's probably thinking like, oh, if I died right there, I probably just lost. Wow. Definitely waste some time there, though, because didn't even kill the boss. Not like it'll matter, though. Probably, but who knows what can happen in 20 minutes. It's clipped by that. But Altus does start to get into dangerous territory. We got a Crystallian trio who is Crystallian, Omen Killer, and I think another Crystallian. Okay, not that bad. Not too bad. Yeah, we've seen some sketchy sections now. I honestly think that unfortunately might mean that he's not going to get mid-80s like I thought was possible. I mean, should still be on great pace for 80, though. Like, easily getting 80. Especially with that Nocron Grace, but we'll have to see. That was a pretty big time loss. Because, you know, if you got the boss kill, it's a different story, but... Yeah, maybe just got a little greedy. And, yeah. Azaz had a much easier time with that fight. That would have made things a lot more interesting, though, if he did die. I mean, not that I want him to. Interesting. I wonder why Azaz just had the torch out right there. That's just the Beast Torch, I think. Maybe I didn't catch who the Gary fight was, but Double Boss Cave and Sage's Cave. This is the Black Knight Assassin. Smokes him. Rolled Medallion. That's not very useful, but Azaz is sitting on like 450k right now. That wouldn't be, like, getting a bunch of strength probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Yeah, you know, getting the Beast Torch is just nice. Can save you if, you know, if you're fighting a boss that has a bunch of wolves around it or something. I don't think I've seen anyone go to this catacomb here. He's heading to the, what is it, Unsightly Catacomb, maybe? Something like that. Pluryl, it's 69 bosses as well. Gonna go do the very quick 4 boss chain over here. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone go to this catacomb yet. But yeah, this should be a good over 80 game from Pluryl, I think. And even, I mean, even Azaz, maybe? Maybe there's not quite enough time, actually. Yeah, this actually has been a great seed in terms of build. In terms of bosses, I wouldn't say it was too bad, but that Gideon's rough. Definitely that Gideon is rough. All right, where you've hit 70 from Pluryl. 10 more bosses to go in 16 minutes to get to 80. That should be very doable. Especially Altus. There are a lot of bosses in a small distance. Like here, 3 bosses. And then you've also got Sage's Cave as another 2 bosses. Like just in a single cave. You know, Wormface Apostle into Crystallion's pretty quick one. Grave Warden Duelist with the Soul Jars. Duelists are really just pushovers, man. Unfortunately, they suck. So, or they don't suck, but they're just super weak. So, weak to bleed. Slash might be good on them too. I don't even know. Interesting path from Pluryl here, because you can just go around the right side and not aggro anybody, but it goes right in front of that rat. Nizaz's going to head up to the Tibia Mariner. And it's Edred. Surely endure on this enemy who would be great to use it on. The crouch pokes are good. Crouch pokes are very good. They just stun lock everyone, as I've said. We've seen this Loretta fight, and she is getting 3-shotted. Wow. Beautiful, dude. Look at the damage is so insane. At this point, there's a very low chance that Pluryl loses. That boss lead is shrinking, though. Izaz has gotten the lead down, or the deficit down to 4 for now, but the thing is, Pluryl has to die twice and has to fall behind on bosses for Izaz to have a chance. It's very unlikely at this point. Extremely unlikely. He's going to use the crystal darts here. See if that works out at all. I don't know. I don't know how much that does. I don't know if I like that play here. Yeah, I mean, it didn't really do anything. That's what I mean. Like, it's the crystal darts are quite situational. Oh, he's gonna let them fight. Now that's a smart play, dude. Let them fight it out, and then come back after you kill the Falling Star Beast replacement. Interesting. See if it does anything, though. I'm not sure if it'll overall save time compared to just blasting that Watchdog like he could have done, but kills the Knight's Cav. And let's see what we get when we go back up here. Oh yeah, look at this. That's really nice, actually, dude. Okay, probably don't need to use more crystal darts though. But I guess he's got a bunch. That was an interesting play. I like that play a lot, dude. Yeah, and if he decided to do that right away, then that probably could have saved time. Maybe. Because that's going for the barrel strat. The explosive stone clumps. And it kind of worked. Got a good amount of damage off the bat. But wow, this is the best Fortisex I've ever seen. Like, he was just sitting there, head in the wall. Not really doing much. Plural's going down to the main Altus Highway, going to take out there's Knight's Cav and then probably Godefroy down there. On excellent pace to hit mid-80s, I think. It is unfortunate about that demi-human queen that he nearly died to. Because if he could have gotten that kill, then, you know, obviously that's just +1 boss by now with no extra time taken. Yeah, doing the Fortisex step bro strat, not Fortisex. But yes. Sanguine Noble for Izaz he's going to right now. And this was with the the Placidusax, and he's gonna skip it, I think. Ooh, I don't know if I like skipping that because you have an insane build. He's got an insane build right now. And he would almost surely kill and stun before phase 2. But he's gonna leave it. I mean, to be fair, though, there's only 12 minutes left. And he may just not have enough time to do all the bosses that he has available right now. I think probably could have gone for that. Also, we got a Chief Teef on the left. Also weak to bleed. Gets smoked by Falks as well. We had 69 bosses from his ass as well. It's really too bad about that Malenia death. I mean, he has died twice, I guess, to that Gideon, but maybe he would have played it a little safer had he been at 0 deaths by now. Yeah, so early in the match. We almost did see that in the first game as well. The first game that I commentated on, where one of the players nearly died before killing a single boss because it just got ganked in one of the running sections. Also, Edred is just getting violated by these things, man. Look how good that is. It's so good. Yep. This is why you can see the meta here. Even compared to a single Blood Fiend arm, the paired Colossals is just so much better. So much better. So right now, the only way... Oh, boy. Getting hit by DLC Scorpion, getting comboed. This is really bad. Wow, the Torch Tree Sentinel's got his gang with him, and he nearly gets his ass again, dude. The only chance Azaz has to win this is Pluryl needs to die twice. Okay, gets the kill. That was so close, dude. Pluryl needs to die twice, and Azaz needs to surpass him on score as well. Which right now, he is massively behind in both categories. He has 2 deaths, so Pluryl needs to die twice. And Azaz also 4 bosses behind with only 10 minutes to go. Which is, like, that's pretty much insurmountable, I would say. Pluryl needs to have a massive incident for any chance for Azaz to come back. Like, I don't even know what would have to happen at this point. You would have to die and then die again, and there'd have to be massive time lost deaths. So it's pretty much looking bad for Azaz right now. I mean, like, dying super early is obviously not what you want, but it's, you know, most of these players are, like, you can pretty safely assume that the other player's not going to die at this point. Like, this is the winner's bracket, and these guys are really good. So, yeah, just an unfortunate death at the start for Azaz, though. Just unfortunate. Yeah, Sage's cave skip is never going to happen in these because it is completely inconsistent when you're not capping your FPS at a multiple of 3, apparently. So, and these players are not allowed to do that. So, yeah, look at the double bonk, dude. So good. Doing those crouch double bonk attacks, which I don't think I've ever tried before, but it was actually looked pretty good right there. Not sure if it'd be as good as the one-handed in terms of stun locking, but we've got an Ancient Hero. We've got a... What infusion does this ass have? I thought it was Frost for a second, but there's no way it is. Like, why does it look like Dex? He's got a Dex infusion. Meanwhile, Pluryl has the heavy infusion. I mean, Blood Fiends is so good that... Okay, with Deathbird... Watch the scream damage is pretty sneaky high, and then we're going to get an AoE here, but if executed properly, should be able to get the stun in time. I mean, look at the damage, though. Gets a bunch of whiffs, keeps whiffing. Luckily, didn't get the AoE, and there he goes. Okay, a little sketchy, but got the job done. We hit 76 on the boss count with 8 minutes left. This should be pretty easy 80, I think. That's heading to that Dragon Barrow section that Pluryl did very early in the match. Honestly, I don't think it had much of an effect, well, just considering the deaths and stuff, but what it did mean is that Pluryl ended up with a better build in this. And his eyes are trying to bait him to the more flat area, which kind of just doesn't exist around here. Unfortunately, you'd have to go all the way around. Okay, he's very close to dying. Oh my goodness, rolls into the trail. Pluryl did nearly die here. Pluryl's fighting that Gaius as well. In an awkward arena. Okay, Azaz gets the heal. He's got to just get established in this fight here. Gets a bleed proc. He's going to jump up, and he's almost surely going to cancel, so you got to watch out for that laser that comes in. There it is. And, okay, no laser. One very annoying thing about that attack is Midra, if he's on any sort of uneven terrain, will just cancel the recovery he has. Normally, you can even punish him during it, but That's having a bit of a tricky time with this. A bit of a panic roll. Doesn't outspace or roll that follow-up. Having a hard time with this Midra, dude. Okay, nice jump. One more bleed and one more hit. Okay, there we go. They both had a bit of a tough time with that Midra right there. I can understand it on that terrain. Pluryl's going back for that Demi-Human, which is good play. I would honestly like to see that Smithing Art Spear's Ash of War right here. And what it'll do is it'll just AoE the enemies down. It's not that big of an AoE, but... Oh my lord. And he's dead. Oh my lord, he's dead. Oh my goodness. He just got slammed by Maggie, dude. So, all of a sudden, I mean, is a comeback possible? I don't think so. I mean, Pluryl still has to die again. And in his head right now, he's probably thinking like, man, I probably just lost. Little does he know, he's actually in a great spot still. But if Pluryl dies again, I don't think he... Azaz is too far behind now, probably, on bosses. I mean, Pluryl could die like 10 times and probably still be fine, actually, based on how the rules are. But he does get a death. And so actually now Azaz's score is locked at 52, because that's how many he died, or he got to on that second death. It does make things a little more interesting. Like, this has been a tough boss seed, I think, for these guys a little bit. Or maybe just, playing a little reckless in some cases. Like just gunning it into that Maggie fight. He's also only wearing one piece of armor, I'm pretty sure. That probably doesn't help. Again, Endure may have saved that pretty easily, but what do I know, dude? All right, Misbegotten Warrior. Wait, and Crucible Knight in... Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's alive still? Oh my goodness, he's got 1 HP, dude. And he's gonna Memory Grace out and he's gonna get away. Oh my lord, that was close. That would have made things very interesting right there. Wow. How did he get away from that right there? I don't even know. Wow, that was close. And he's very lucky the Crucible Knight didn't do the frame trap double swipe attack. Or sorry, the Misbegotten. If he did that frame trap double swipe, he would not have gotten away right there. And you know what? All of a sudden, Azaz is within 3 bosses. He was down by 8 at one point. He's within 3. And we nearly had another death. That would have been close. I still don't think it would have been enough, but that would have made the deaths cancel out with each other if he did die there. Azaz is Memory Gracing out of a Cemetery Shade. I think it's because he aggroed the Skellies, but I don't think that was that bad, though. Yeah, maybe you should have surveyed the fight a little bit closer beforehand, checked if it was the Skelly one, and then you want to just bait the Cemetery Shade without the Skellies. Wow. I mean, the funny thing is, probably both of these players right now think they lost the match. I'm guessing. Like, Pluryl's played so well, but just, I do think having no extra armor has not helped. Like, he's been taking a lot of damage. But yeah, he played so well, and then, just a few maybe extra greed situations where the bosses do a lot of damage led to 1 death and nearly a second one. And a second death, he probably still perfectly fine. But tries to roll the AoE a little early on it. I like the play, though, at least. I mean, you could just endure it, too. Endure also works. Which I'm so surprised I haven't seen anyone use yet. Is that going to that Deathrite Bird as well? If I'm not mistaken, there was that Cemetery Shade on the Erdtree avatar in Dragon Barrow that did drop the Sacred Blade, Inseparable Sword, so... But Azaz is now within 3 bosses. I don't know. 3 bosses in 2 minutes is probably a little tough, especially when Pluryl's going to most likely get another kill. And that's a really sketchy skip right there. He's doing the skip down from... He just died. Oh my lord, he just died, and now we are tied at 2 deaths. He was doing the skip, I think, down to the Crystallian, which I would be... I said the other day I'd be surprised if anyone tried this. And... I mean, he's still very. You know what? The funny thing is, he's still very comfortably in the lead because he also has an extra minute of in-game time. But I did not think we would get to a point where we're tied on deaths. But even if he died again, he's probably still fine. Now, Azaz does have a chance to come back. He needs to kill 3 bosses in a minute and a half, though, which I just don't think is even possible. Unfortunately for him, but wow, this has become a lot more interesting, hasn't it? I mean, is this possible? Yeah, and Pluryl just wasted a bunch of time doing that skip. And if he knew the situation, like, he would know it's like, there's no point in trying that. But now, officially, I would say both these players think they've lost. And all of a sudden, we're within 2 bosses. Can he do 2 bosses in 1 minute? I don't know, man. Pluryl's going to get an extra boss. I still think it's over. But, man, the relief on Pluryl, once he sees what's happened here, is... Yeah, he does need 3 as well. That is a good point. Yeah, Pluryl's still looking great. So he, despite what he's feeling right now, he did actually still win. But yeah, he really made this interesting, didn't he? Azaz is going to the DLC to go to the Black Jail Night. Are there really just no bosses left? I mean, he didn't go to that Dragonkin soldier. Like, maybe they just didn't think about it. And then Pluryl hasn't gone to that Siluria either. Yeah, even if Pluryl dies again right now, his score is going to be locked at 78, which Azaz is just not going to get to in 30 seconds. So GG's to Pluryl, dude. Wow. What a game this was. This was so interesting. Yeah, way different vibe match than the other ones we've done so far, where they, everyone played super clean, like maybe had 1 or 2 close calls, but, survived it. We had 4 deaths in this game, dude, and maybe more right here. Pluryl's getting ganked by a bear. Yeah, Azaz unfortunately just does not have enough time to come back, but he did have a chance, dude, and it came down to that Gideon is what it came down to. It really came down to that Gideon fight because Pluryl didn't go to him. If Azaz did not go to that Gideon, I mean, it's easy to say that, but he doesn't take that extra death, and then he simply would have won this. So that's what I was saying about dying early in this format doesn't mean you lose. You got to keep playing. And Pluryl's having a massive Rune Bear incident. And he's going to get pushed off the edge? He's just sitting duck right now. The Rune Bear turns around. I cannot believe it. The Rune Bear's like, yeah, I've got you. You're dead, but I'm just going to turn around and let my buddies get into this fight as well. That is unbelievable that he survived that. We're just full blown at this point playing just reckless. Like, just simply just blast the boss. Don't even think about it. Who cares about a Rune Bear attacking me? Wow. What an end to this game this was. I cannot believe how close this ended up being, dude. A death on boss number 2 for Azaz, and he had a chance. And look at Pluryl right now, dude. He thinks, he's like, wow, I cannot believe I threw this, but he won. So, yeah, what a match. Very exciting match, dude. Yeah, he's going to look at the score and be so surprised. I kind of want to hear what he's saying, but yeah, he did only die at 77. So yeah, he was pretty comfortably in the lead. But yeah, I think he just saw right there. He's like, dude, I won that match. I won that match even though I died twice. Yeah, pretty insane stuff. But yeah, they honestly both played pretty well. I think just for Pluryl at the end, he maybe got a little reckless. And yeah, Azaz, it's tough to come back from an early Malenia death, but he nearly did it, dude. He nearly did it when it looked so far to reach. He was down by 8 bosses at one point. And it wasn't due to routing either. It really wasn't. It was just down to, the deaths wasted a bunch of time, really. And maybe a few more things. Like Pluryl had a better build with Sacred Blade and stuff like that. But it looked like Azaz was totally done, but then he gets it within three bosses. Like, that was close, man. And I do think this could have easily been a mid-80s seed. But yeah, the deaths really started ramping at the end, dude. and kind of prevented the 80. But I don't know. Still pretty well played from both these players, I think. It was a very fun match to watch, this one. This was definitely the most entertaining one so far, I think, especially the way this ended. But I mean, that tie game, 78-78 that I had was pretty insane too, I guess. But yeah, this one just total chaos. Total chaos, dude. Yep. And wow. I mean, that was insane. No, if Pluryl died again, then Pluryl's score would have been locked at whatever his score was when he died. So, and yeah, unfortunately, like for Zaz, unfortunately for him, there's just no chance he could have caught up in bosses with like a minute left. So yeah, even if he died again at the end, he still would have won. But it would have been still funny though to have so many deaths in this. Yep. And you know what? Their pace was still really good considering the deaths too, right? 79 is a really good score. And so is 76. Even like considering the deaths especially, but this was a really good seed for speed. Seed for speed. They had Nokron, which gave access to some extra bosses as well that are quick. Like, we didn't see anyone go to that Dragonkin soldier, but you know the Siluria was Gideon, but that's also another quick boss. So yeah, this was a seed where I think easily mid 80. Well, maybe not easily. Mid 80s was possible, and I think Pluryl was on pace for it, probably. Especially with the build they had. They had a great build. Double Colossals, and then, you know, multi-hit with the Falks, Blood Fiend's Arm. No one used Endure, which someone's got to use Endure at some point, dude. Like, people are sleeping on it, I think. Because in all of the matches, I haven't seen anyone go with an Endure build, despite having it. And same with, like, the Grafted Blades in the last match. Someone's got to use it at some point, because it's so good, dude. You can just Endure and then jump attack spam, right? Anyways, that was fun, dude. Honestly, it probably wasn't that fun for them, but it was fun for me, dude. It was fun for me and everyone watching that, because that was that was unreal, dude. Unreal match that one was. Okay, so we're gonna switch over to Alt Achievements Plus again. I figured out Malenia. But yeah, GG's to the runners though. Make sure you go check them out. Both very good, as you can see. And that was a tough one though. That like the amount of deaths were pretty insane in that one. Okay, let me get just gotta get my notifications up and stuff. Yeah, we've actually seen, you know, it's interesting. We like looking at this at the bracket. We actually have seen a lot of deaths in the winners bracket, dude. Like, who's died? 11 bosses in. Were people also saying it was to a Malenia? And then, you know, Pluryl and Zaz just died 4 times combined. Gustav died. Like, basically half the matches that have happened, half the players in the winners bracket in their first match have died. And there is, like, I don't know if losers bracket's the same. Similar. I mean, about half of these players have died. So it could be the extra pressure. It most likely is the extra pressure of being head to head against someone and being in an elimination. Because in the qualifiers, like the top players, I mean, there's some deaths here and there, but maybe there are. Maybe that's just how this is, huh? Maybe that's just how it is. You just die because it's not like it's that easy to kill 80 bosses in 2 hours on a randomizer. So, anyways, let me change away from the stressful music. It's nice to commentate too, though, because it'd be kind of weird to commentate like some high pressure thing when you're listening to just like Elder Scrolls Bard music or something. Anyways, we're actually playing the game now, so but that was fun, dude. That was a pretty good match. From the start, it seemed like it was just going to be not even close, but then it ended up actually being a little close. It was a little close. All right, so like I said, I did figure out the Malenia, I think. It's unfortunately, I need one extra buff for it to work. I don't have any more commentary lined up yet, but there will be more because there are a bunch of matches, so there's nothing yet. Like, not enough matches are scheduled. These guys kill 80 bosses in 2 hours in a deathless rando. I killed 2 bosses in 80 hours. Did I say that right? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could, yeah, I could turn on their audio every once in a while. I did think about it. Anyways, here's the build. So we need to go... We need to go with the bastard sword for this, or just a great sword. I could go with... Basically, there are 2 options. The bastard sword and the claymore. So... Yeah, I mean, I could ask them to interview, I guess, but... I guess I could, maybe. Maybe next time, we'll see. But I don't know if, like, Forza wants to interview or something. Okay, well, anyways, so... Yeah, we need to put on the greatsword, and then this is the strat. Unfortunately, I do need to use Lord of Blood's Exaltation for this to work, because I just don't quite have enough damage. And I kind of don't like getting to some of these kills where you got to do so many buffs, but... So pretty much, we don't need Stone Barb. We go Golden Vow. Drink. Seppuku first. Swap to this Howl. And then this is what we do. And charge R2 here. That's the key. And then I should be able to do charged R2 into tap R2 for phase 2. And then we do the sleep strat. Bonk.
Your strength.
That's what we need to do. Unfortunately, after you repost a boss, after you repost Malenia, you can't do a fully charged sovereignty, which is really annoying actually, because she could do the quick swipe and her attack is just fast enough to hit you. So yeah, that's the kill. So I'm gonna have to go get this set up first before we fight Malenia. But yeah, fully scripted kill is nice to have. Definitely nice to have on her. And yeah, the setup, like it's so close to not needing that bleed buff, but we barely need it, dude. Pluryl, GG's, dude. That was a very entertaining match. It was very entertaining. It was crazy, dude. Yeah, GG's, man. What am I doing? I have to get my spreadsheet up. That was a crazy one, dude. Yeah, like at the end, I could kind of tell it's like you were thinking, like, oh man, what'd I just do? I just threw the match at the end, but little did you know the whole game you had a huge cushion. and yeah, just made it a little more interesting at the end, maybe. But still, we're very comfortable, pretty much. Like, the last 20 minutes is like, yeah, I mean, massive boss lead as well. But, yeah, that was a crazy one, dude. Okay, so... Again, we need to get cookbooks. Probably going to get cracked pots as well. Memory stone. Certain paintings we get. Wet blades. Crystal Tear, Death Roots, Dragon Hearts, Gestures, Golden Seeds, Sacred Tear, Spirit Ashes, Ash of War, Incant, Sorcery, and Talisman. That's what we need. And okay, so I got my Malenia. Yeah, and and Azaz, he didn't quit and he made it close. Like he got it to be close. Commendable effort. Not just giving up. Especially after dying twice, like fairly early on like boss 55 or something like that. Yeah, and there was a Gideon, like Pluryl, that you didn't go to it was the Siluria replacement. And Azaz like was getting blasted by Gideon. Cycle, thanks for the 19-month prime sub, by the way, dude. Yeah, Shirley Sens win tomorrow, dude. It's gonna be, I don't know. Hopefully the Sens can win a game in the series. Like that's what I'm hoping for, dude. I don't think they're gonna win, but at least make it interesting. Hopefully, get some more playoff experience against a good team. And who knows? Maybe in the future that becomes a conference final matchup or something. But yeah. Also, I guess a bunch of stuff I missed during commentating. Intrinsic Valor, thanks for the donation. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, the YouTube stream is bugged, and I don't know what's going on. Apparently, other streams have been having that issue as well, but I don't know what I need to do to try to fix that, if I can do anything. Webby, thanks for the 2-year resub. Welcome back, dude. Bast, thanks for the 22-month resub.
Oh my
dude, when you
God,
rage, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, man. Make sure you thank Rage. You've got a sub right there.
Shit.
Thanks so much, man.
So shit. That is
such
a garbage. Oh my God.
Ash, thanks for the 27-month resub. Void, thanks for the 3-year resub as well. Thanks so much, dude. Fab, thanks for the brand new prime sub. Elfman, thanks for the 1100 bits. Thanks, man. Hans, thanks for the brand new prime sub. Simon, thanks for the 7-month prime sub as well. Thanks so much, you guys.
More Bezos bucks for Gino.
So WD, thanks for the 38-month prime sub as well. Okay, so what do I need to do? So I need to change to getting the bastard sword. When do I do that? It was very recent, actually. Bastard. And it makes sense. Like, Roger's Rapier is not the best weapon. And it makes sense to go on a greatsword that has a really good charge of 2 on it. And if I need a faster weapon, I can just go with Slicer, right? So. So yeah. Still crazy women free since 1983. That's so funny, dude. Yeah. You're saving up, dudes. So sovereignty on bastard sword, and is there anything I need to go get? We need to go kill Esger at some point before Malenia. It just has to be before Malenia. So I guess I'll go do that, and then maybe load one of my saves from before I changed a bunch of stuff. Not sure when that would be, though. Let me see this one. Oh, no Rest of the Wicked launches tomorrow? Dude, I'm going to be so busy. I don't think I'll have time to play it. At least yet. We will see, though. I mean, the Suns playoffs start tomorrow, so I'm surely going to be watching that at least. Okay, I think this is the proper build. I haven't given myself anything. You know what? I tested Blood Fiend's arm on int, and it also works the same way that it works with another build. I would need a little bit more buffs because we're not going with the fire infusion. But yeah, Blood Fiends also works for this. But I don't want to use the exact same strat I used before. So kind of want to stay away from Blood Fiends. All right, let's head to Lanedale Catacomb. Go kill Esger. I guess I never wrote down to get line Great Bow. Okay. Sens versus Habs conference final. I don't know, dude. Well, the thing is, oh shit, that hurts you after? I forgot about that. But yeah, you need to not wait like I did. And yeah. The problem is when you're a Sens fan, like Sens, Ottawa's a smaller market, or there just aren't as many fans of Ottawa as there are for the Habs and for the Leafs. And so, and they're very close by, obviously, right? And so when you play them, like half of the Sens arena is filled with like fans from the other team. So it's certainly not ideal for the Sens. I mean, it does make it even better when you beat them, though. But yeah, that's the one problem. Okay, so we need to get something here. I'm gonna have to... I should have made a save, dude. Just load the save I had. I forget what the item we need from here is. Okay, save here. Yeah, when you're running through this section, you cannot delay here. Because these guys that shoot that, they get triggered very early. And so I lost a run. There's some run request I was doing. Where I didn't know how early they got triggered, so I kind of delayed, and then I casted my stealth once I already got triggered. And so when I ran in there, I got immediately hit by them. Ooh, I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy. Probably just cuck read this guy. Okay, so it's the Crucible Scale Talisman. I can do it again? Hmm.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut.
Zephyrius, thanks for the 22-month Prime sub. I appreciate that, dude. Well, yeah, we're going... It's not only sorcery, but we're going with an int build, so... But yeah, it's not sorcery only or anything. What should I do about that guy, I wonder? Just Night Common him, maybe? Huh. That is interesting. How did that happen, dude? How did he follow me there? Hmm. Interesting. Like, I wonder how many hits to kill this guy. Surely safe to do that. Surely safe. Man, this is a really annoying item to pick up, actually. A safe and consistent strategy right there. Yeah, pretty much what I did to lose that run is that, like, right here, I was like, oh yeah, I should cast stealth. And then you run in and see, like, their attack came down already. So it's because they get triggered super early. Why did I think that ignited them? Why is this part actually so scary, dude? Why is it actually so sketchy? I could maybe just slicer him. Just a little scared that he's gonna... yeah, light a Mikola. Just gonna just kill them, I think.
Yo Gino, I'm going for my first no-hit run, and I just got my third one-hit run, Gino.
Couldn't think of a name. Thanks for the 23-month resub, and congrats, dude, as well. I mean, you're getting consistent, right? You just have to simply not get hit next time, I guess. You're getting there. You need to take the last step. I mean, there's something known as the one-hit PB hell that people go through where it's like you're just stuck there for so long, but... Oh. But, yeah, that's how it goes, though. Like, just, you know, a few little things you gotta iron out. You boss you gotta get more consistent at or something, and then you simply get it. Zacked, I'm gonna say. Thanks for the Brainy Prime sub, dude. How'd that match end? The match ended, it was 79 to 76. Each had 2 deaths. So it ended up being closer than it might have appeared to be from the start. Envy, thanks, dude. I should have brought in Loretta's great bow. I think if I cast a Night Comet. I guess, you know what? Roiling Magma is probably pretty good for exactly what I'm just about to do here. Just kidding. Oh, and that's actually horrible now. That's so funny, dude. It's like, oh yeah, this is really good for this. Maybe if I just shot at the ground. We don't have any extra cast speed yet. And I haven't needed it yet. Although some of the Malenia strats I was testing, I tested Zamor Ice Storm, which it kind of worked, but not consistently enough. But it did kind of work. All right, we're doing the patented Esger strat, as usual. Let's go on Alfie. Yeah, no more DRL matches today that I'm commentating, at least. I mean, commentating 2 matches in a day would probably be quite a lot. I mean, we could also probably just go in and one-shot him. That might be faster, but... I don't have my game volume high enough to know if they're there. Can't really hear. Okay, so Esger goes down. Just want to make sure that there aren't any other items in this catacomb, because there are some things close by on the other section, but I was going to get that later. I think that's it. Okay, so now we can go fight Malenia. I think that's all we need. You know what? I didn't get Seppuku on the save yet. So probably on the way to Fire Giant. Go grab it. I've kind of been liking the magma shot for killing the scarabs as well. This is a good setup. I did find the Esger cheese, yeah. Yeah, Malenia. Well, so Malenia, we're swapping to the Bastard Sword instead. I couldn't really tell where he was. Oh my god, he was right there. Ah, really annoying. Wish this magma lasted maybe a little longer. Dude, it is so hard to see him, man. What the hell? Very hard to see him. But yeah, so the reason we're going with the Greatsword instead is just because it has a better moveset. Like, it has a better R2. So we will have to get this upgraded. I mean, I'm just gonna have to go, like, pick up the Smithing Stone 2s instead. Sirius, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I'm just gonna have to pick up the Smithing Stone 2s instead for it. Yeah, it's not really high stat requirement either. Like, 16 strength. It means I'll have to two-hand it, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, it's all about just using that R2 that's on it. It's Main reason I was going to go with the rapier is because I wasn't really planning to use the weapon part at all. But yeah, I'd much rather go with the greatsword. And it'll probably help on Elden Beast too, which I didn't really think about. So we're going to go Bastard Sword. And so the play. We go magic tier and spiked tier. And we pretty much just... I guess I should... We need to do the Seppuku before Howl, which is kind of unusual to do because the Lord of Blood buff only lasts for 20 seconds. The reason we do it that way, though, is because I only need extra damage on the first hit of the fight, pretty much. That's all I need. But yeah, congrats again on your win, though, Serious, dude. That was a really clean, like, super clean match, dude. Super clean game. Wait, surprised I didn't roast you the entire time? What, I'm just gonna, like, sit here and be like, oh, man, these guys are so bad? No, obviously not, dude. that'd be a funny, like, persona to put on, though, but no. The commentator that just roasts everybody for some reason. Okay, yeah, magic spiked, and we want to go Roger's set as well. So 8% damage. I need to put on Seppuku on something. Seppuku. And I think that's it. We don't need Graven Mass. We want... Alexander Shard. So pretty much we just go with a standard... Harry and Sovereignty setup with these 3 talismans. Of course, we are going to go Red Feather as well, which I mean, I feel like I don't need to write that down, but I will anyways. I mean, if we're using Bleed buff, then you're probably going to be using Red Feather as well. But yeah, because we are a Sorcerer starting class, we can't just do 3 Seppukus. We have to do a Bloody Slash and then Seppuku. Which, I mean, it's fine. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so. Let's do the kill. So you do this. Golden Vow. I'm going to drink. I'm going to do the Seppuku. It would be nice to have 5 extra faith right about now, so I don't have to do this extra swap for Howl, but... Feather on. Oh, fuck. You know what? Because... Oh, fuck. This is actually so bad. Let's see if it still works.
Let you slay.
Whoops. I should probably write that down as well, that we're doing the sleep strat in phase 2. Looked like your Malenia yesterday. What? No, it seems like we've actually had some Malenia incidents in DRL so far. Like there was the Malenia incident today, and I think someone was saying that Who's also died to Malenia in his match early. So, but this is a scripted Malenia. It's not quite the same thing. Just need to simply not mess it up. Was it scaling of 1? Was it Soldier of Godric's Arena? Really? Yeah, I mean, I guess she, you know, in phase 2, that rot plus, you know, waterfowl, you start panicking. Oh, it's the, oh, assassin. Okay, I see. Yeah, I guess it can happen, dude. Yeah, this is a pretty nice Malenia script, though. It's maybe not quite as clean as the Blood Fiend's arm, just because we have to do an extra buff. Still pretty good, though. It would be cleaner if I could just do another fully charged Ash of War right there on Wake Up, but you just, like I said, you just can't. You're not quite in time for that, unfortunately. Double Sleep Pot. Upkeep Poise again, and then the fight's just done. I do need to have Howl when I land this, which I should have enough time for.
Your strength.
Yep. Nice Malenia script. Pretty good. It's hard to get easier than that Blood Fiend's arm one, though, because you can just do a charge or two immediately at the start of the fight. Don't even have to think about anything. Now, look at how much cleaner this kill becomes if I can do that fully charged. Well, I don't even need Seppuku. I just get rid of it. It is cleaner, but it's not safe, unfortunately. Like, it's really too bad, actually. So pretty much what it is. This, and then probably just drink here, I guess. Like, it's just the same thing, but I just have to do one less buff, and it just makes everything better. Oh my goodness, how did I not get hit there? Let's see, that, you know, I get an extra 1400 damage if I have the lead buff, but then this attack, it's safe on everything except for the quick swipe, and it's really unfortunate. Because, again, it does make the fight just so much cleaner this way. Oh, that's a pretty hard-hitting Crystal Dart right there, actually. Makes everything so much cleaner. Like, it's just nicer not having to throw the extra buff in, but I have to.
Your strength.
I've got to do it. I could do an extra 5 faith. I could do that. But yeah, you know what? Let's see if that's still fine. Let's see if that's still good. So this is, yeah, 88 int now. And just do the same kill. I'll just do it one more time, I guess. But yeah, now I don't need to swap to 2-finger heirloom at all, so I can just keep this on. Much easier to swap. That's the only reason I'd do it this way. Which is a consideration, I think. I remember during the region locked out boss no-hit run, I had some crazy buff sequences because I wasn't using Blood Fiend's arm. And so I ended up going with, like, on the final consort fight, I had to do the poison plus bleed buff combo, and it I don't know. And I messed it up even, because I fumbled one of the swaps. So yeah. Okay, anyways. I would still want to do this buff order, though. I'm pretty far away. As long as I... Like, it's so much easier to get that stun. Yeah, so... I mean, that was actually even more damage, I think. Is that possible? You idiot, dude. Okay, that should be fine still, I think. We're not very precise on our timing here. You don't need to be because... Oh, just kidding.
Let your flesh be consumed.
I guess you do need to be. Okay, well I mean, that's fine. Like, that should still work with... When did I level up last, I wonder? Okay, yeah, here we go. I guess it was before Loretta. So we'll level up to 28 faith, and then the rest goes in int. There we go. Yeah, I guess I do need to be... Yeah, I do need to be quick enough there with my throwing knife. I guess. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm just... I got more damage off the start last time because... I had the bleed buff still up. Because I didn't have to go swap that other talisman. Yeah, so I have bleed buff up for that R2. Now, I wonder if I can just do... Actually, no, I have to do the double R2 here, I think. Yeah. For the Starfish strat doing this sleep thing in phase 2, usually you'd throw a knife when she's in the air. But because we have so much poise damage, like, we kind of just don't need to. If the poise starts to regenerate a little bit, it doesn't matter.
Your strength. Extraordinary.
Okay, nice. Very clean Malenia script right there.
True Lord.
Very clean. Malenia might end up being later in this run. I just wanted to go see what the kill looked like with the setup. But yeah, I'll do the same thing on this run that I did with my all bosses, where I kind of like rank the difficulty of what I have to do. If there's a dangerous running section, we want to do it pretty early in the run. Speaking of dangerous, I think this is probably also when we'd go do Volcano Manor quest line. But we just have to do it before killing Malekith. Or, I don't know, what else needs to be done before Malekith? Lordshorn not make this clean with the crit boost? That's actually a good point. I mean, I looked at all the great swords. Bastard Sword has better magic scaling, but yeah, Lordshorn could work, I guess. I mean, Bastard Sword is probably the fastest to get. I don't think it'll matter, dude. I really don't think it'll matter. Let's go with the faster one. Nady, how's it going, dude? Yeah. It's in the chest at the start, but I mean, it's technically not like it would be slower to get Bastard Sword than Bastard Sword because I just buy it. So, all right. Anyways, let's go see Volcano Manor quest. Go check it out. I've already done some of the parts of it, just because I wasn't sure when I'd do it.
I see is your now of the true, the Erd tree, but it was all the tarnished, like the our Lord. If the Erd, then we are willing. We at the, if you follow the Lords, it cannot. If it cannot.
You know what? I wonder. No, I was thinking it, like maybe it would make sense to go not fight Rykard on this NG cycle, but we may as well if we're already here, right? All All right, so now this is the Dialos one. I think... What other quests are there here?
I knew you. Take this.
Okay, there we go.
If you should.
Now this is the Landell one. This is the one that we need to do before burning the Tree. We do need to buy all of these eventually.
You've come to take power. The recuse to raise the we recuse.
What do we have to do for the riot quest?
Sometime like. Oh.
Yeah, writing is fun so far for sure. What about the patches one? Do we have to do that? I don't think we need to do patches, but
This.
so just check it out.
If you relax. Go on.
I can't think of why I would need to do patches right now. Oh,
Maybe.
you know what? Doesn't he give you a gesture at the end or something? Yeah, he does. He gives you patches crouch. So you do have to do patches as well. Yep. Yep. You do have to do it. Damn, dude. Lots of Volcano Manor stuff happening on this one. Where should I go first, even? Let's go to the capital one. Let's see what's happening here. Kind of surprising, Loretta's Mastery is only one slot. Yeah, there's a ton of NPC fighting on this run. And then we'd like double it if we did DLC as well. I wonder if I cast a Terra Magica, if it remains on the ground. Probably not, but... Probably not. Fuck, this is gonna be kind of scary, dude. Alright, does Loretta's Mastery do anything good on NPCs or what? What the hell? Did Bernal die already? I'm gonna, on all of these invasions, I'm gonna have to have that Finger Severer ready to go. Because the NPCs die really quickly. I mean, they are getting ganked, I guess, but... Oh my god, dude. Both of these spells just go right at the ground. I guess because they're, like, rolling, maybe. What the hell is this, dude? Holy shit, man. Wow, this is really dangerous, dude. Oh my lord, how am I gonna do this, actually? This is really bad. Yeah, Night Combat's better, but I just don't want to go that close to them. No, I don't even think it's that I'm... You think it's a lock-on? Really? I didn't notice that. Okay, that works pretty well. Okay, not so scared of Vargrim, or whatever his name is. This is where Frenzied Burst would honestly be way better. Like, you get the Madness proc, and it has insane range. That was pretty good. I wonder if I have time to drink Flask here, because they take a second to aggro. Nice, dude. 2-shot is great. But I wonder if he can cast his... like, night spell in time there. What is that one called again? The one that hits from behind? I forget. Yeah, ambush shard, yeah. That's great. That's pretty good, I think. Assassin's Gambit at close range? Maybe. But I don't think I want to close range, though. Like, I don't want to get close to them, dude. Alright, well, that seems good. I wish I didn't do all the other assassinations before this point. Stealth invasion? I have no idea if that would do anything. We also want to go get the painting down here. It's so funny how they walk up like that and just sit there. Like, it's so stupid, dude. Okay, Bernal, don't do this, brother. Fuck, man. This is really bad now. Bernal's just causing them to input read constantly. What does this guy have from close range? Maybe he just bonks you? Or, you know what? Maybe the play is if Bernal goes in like an idiot, I just simply leave. You know what I mean? This invasion give you spell? I don't remember what it gives you, actually. Must be something if I'm doing it. Oh, yeah, that is true. That is why I'm running out of stamina, yeah. Good point. Gelmir's Fury from this one? I thought we had to do this one. Okay, well, I should probably do that again. And potentially, if Bernal's runs straight in there, maybe I should just finger sever and restart. Hopefully this does actually give you something, because, well, or no, hopefully it doesn't, because then I don't have to do it, but... Yeah, when Bernal just runs right in there, that's really bad. And if that guy does the Stars of Ruin on me, I'm pretty much cooked, I think. Just restart. Let's get out of here. Now, do I keep my physic, though? Yes, I do. Okay. Nice. What do you get from this? Is it really Gelmir's Fury, or is that a different one? Yeah, you do. You get Gelmir's Fury. Okay. Okay. Probably faster to go from this spot, I guess, but Flame of the Red means be good for what? For NPCs? Not for those guys. Probably not for those guys. Suns don't suck? Question mark? Yeah, dude, I am shocked. Halfway through the season, I thought we were getting a high draft pick, is what I thought, and we weren't even going to have a draft pick or a first round pick. That's what I thought, but they had an insane second half of the season, or even less than that. Honestly, it was like the last third of the season where they really started playing well, which is a good time to play well. Actually, I'd rather do that than what Detroit did, which is play really well at the start and then completely fall off a cliff at the end. So where is this invasion? I guess it's right there. I don't think I've ever done this, actually, this one. All right, Hoslow. That's not what I meant to do at all. Oh, I do need to get the gesture. I think that's why I'm here in the first place, even. Oh god, he's getting close to me. I think I need more FP at some point. Because I'm kind of running into issues because I have such little FP. Okay, well, wasn't so bad, maybe. But getting an extra cast of Night Comet when I'm in the invasions and I don't have Godric's might be worth it. I wonder if I have time to do my physic as well here, because he's got to go do that gesture, I guess. What's better? That was better. If I wanted it, I could use the controller I'm using now on PS5. Wait. Or like you're asking, could I use this on PS5? I don't know. I've never tried. I guess. Maybe. Like I think you can use the 8-bit Do controllers on a bunch of different platforms, but I'm not sure about. I've just never tried. No. Dude, why am I doing that? Cerulean Amber. Depends on the situation. I guess, like, maybe Graven Mask could get taken out. But I don't have any of the good ones yet, so probably not. I mean, I'm sure you can find that somewhere on their site, right? Like, you must be able to, surely. Beautiful. That looks pretty good. Just worried about what's going to happen when I spawn back in here, dude. Mostly. Pretty cool armor set. And then what we do is we go to this merchant who has a cookbook that we need. Then we also want to go do the jellyfish spirit ash quest while we're over here, I think. Right up there. I probably go up first, I'm guessing. Just wondering if I need to deal with these bats at all.
Where did you go? Dear sister, you're finally here. No time to waste.
We get Fancy Spin. We get the Primal Glint Blade. I mean, this spell could be good in those invasions, right? What's the percentage? What's the reduction? That could be pretty solid, actually. Not to mention, we could probably use that for setting up Red Tearstone as well. Could be good. Crazy that I call the main Elden Ring story quest line the Jellyfish quest. Well, to be fair, the quests in this game are garbage, so yeah. Okay, Hoslow, and then wait, what is the spell or the talisman called? Primal Glintstone Blade. No, but it's not actually like... No, the quests in this game aren't complete garbage. Like, it's not the story of the quests that are bad. It's the progression of the quests that are bad. That's the problem. But yeah, the actual storylines on a lot of the quests are like perfectly good. So... Okay, is that all I need here? And I think probably pretty much everyone can agree with that. Let's go up. Wait, what does that even mean, dude? Is that everything that's up there? Yeah, Fancy Spin. And then the cookbook. Hoslow's Oath is there. We got it. I think we're good.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Oh yeah, yeah, the arbitrary numbers on tools. Well, I mean that's just how the game is, right? With all like the randomized
Customer. Well,
like percentages on stuff. Yeah, we definitely need the stone swords. All right, cookbook. Anything else? I mean, we got unlimited great arrows here, so maybe we could get some of those. I probably don't need these, though. God, thanks for the gifted sub to Opie. Thanks so much, dude. Also, Kipik, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. Prinny, thanks for the brand new Prime sub as well. Okay. I would love to get Malenia's weapon, but we need to get Scarlet Aeonia, though. And I don't think duping it is worth the amount of time it would save to get Malenia's weapon. Like, I just wouldn't mind using it in, like, Sage's Cave or something like that, but... Okay, yeah, we gotta do Trigoth as well, I guess, right? Oh, well... No, yeah, like, we surely do Trigoth now, because when does Patches and Bernal's quest unlock? Is it after you kill the first invasion? Because I was just thinking, on Edgy Plus, we are going to go through Makar, most likely. And... You know, I was thinking, like, maybe we could go do Patches quest and then do this when we kill him to reduce the bosses we need to kill, but I just don't think it makes sense, I guess. Watch stream on 1080p. It's some YouTube issue, I think, Omar, dude. Lotto, thanks for the brand new Prime sub. I don't think I can do anything, but maybe I need to look into it a bit more. I have no idea what the issue is. People have told me they've seen it on other streams as well. But I don't know. Anyways, I guess we gotta go kill Trigoth, who is kind of a monster, but at least he only has melee, so should be fine. Does that mean we're... Yeah, I guess we gotta do Makar, I think, man, on this run. Yeah, Trigoth or... I think we gotta do Makar. Oh, he is an Arbalest, okay. It's probably fine, I guess.
well done.
I should probably also go kill those Estelles sooner rather than later. But you have to imagine they're going to be... Well, you know what? Scripting Estelle is pretty tough to do. It's not actually really possible. I mean, it depends on the RNG, I guess. Opening RNG. Because you spawn so far away from the boss. Although, why do I feel like I remember some... Also, there's an Ash of War over here. The roar. But yeah, why do I feel like I remember some sort of opening for the snowfield Estelle? I don't know. We're not doing weapons, atomic, but we are doing spells, yes. But you know what? Loretta's mastery is fantastic at... I can't remember how much poise damage it does, but I seem to remember some Loretta's mastery strat on Snowfield Estelle. Can't remember exactly what it was, but there was something. Can't think of anything we need in this place. Don't think so. Yeah, Lusat's with Staff of Lost in the offhand. Yeah, Lusat is like the highest damage staff in the game for pure int, but it does have the downside of costing more magic or FP to cast stuff, which is kind of annoying. If you don't want to go Lusat, then you should just go Renala's staff. That's the better one. But for no hit, we just want to maximize with the damage, right? So. Can't think of anything in this place we need either. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything here, dude. So. Yeah, Prince of Death Staff, when you are an extremely high level and you have a ton of int and a ton of faith, then going Prince of Death Staff is the best one. I usually killed everyone here, but maybe I don't have to. Can we just stealth past this guy too? Yeah, the last all bosses run I did was region lock, so a lot of the strats I'm remembering were from that, where you do have to, you know, take out a bunch more enemies and stuff, but... Prince of Death's like NG plus 3 build. Well, not necessarily. It's not that hard to get that many stats on a single playthrough, especially if you're doing all bosses. Like, you can easily do that. I mean, my all bosses no hit run was... I did use the... I used the Golden Order seal on that. I think Kukri's maybe the play, or I could just kill them, maybe. The other guy's pretty tanky, though. Yeah, and look what I've done now. But yeah, I do agree. For a normal build where you're actually leveling health and other stuff, you probably want to just stick with Renala's staff for the majority of the game. But I think this was the region lock strat I did, just Kukri to the side. In this case, we have stealth, so we can just sneak past, but... Should I get more mind? I wonder how much more I need for another Night Comet cast. Well, I mean, I guess I'm at 22 right now. So, I mean, I guess I'd have to get to 22, right? I could do that. I mean, I could make that work. That seems worth it. Okay, so now if we summon Trigoth, he'll do a gesture, or is that... How does this work? Yeah, we gotta get legendary weapons as well. Okay, summon him with a gesture. Yeah, this certainly has a more DS3 all achievements vibe to this run, for sure. Like, you had to do the exact same type of thing in DS3. Summon an NPC, they do a gesture, you send them home. It's quite nice. I kind of like it, dude. By the way, do I have Stone Barb on this yet? Because I don't think I haven't killed that avatar. I guess I can't actually drop that. This is fine, but yeah, we have not killed that avatar. He's gonna be super easy, but I mean, I'm trying to think, what strat do I do here? Do I just blast him with Night Comet? Probably. No need to complicate things. Maybe Comet Azure could work. Might be a little far away back here. Magic build gameplay. Welcome to Mage build. Just gonna do one more time, just to, I don't know. Like, if he charged again, maybe that would have been a little bit sketchier. Am I setting myself up to get killed if I do that? Like, I think I might be. Because what if I miss one of those? I have no FP, I do the butt scratch, and then... I don't know. Is that a bad idea? Where's the gesture I just got? It's casual greeting, right? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, there it is. How do I decide boss priorities? Well, in the case with this run, it's you know, setup is the #1 priority, pretty much. We want to get our build online. After that, there's an interesting part in this run that I don't have to deal with on other all bosses runs, on other big runs I do, which is the, you know, being locked out of stuff. And so that's why we have to do, you know, Volcano Manor Assassination before right card, because I'll get locked out if I don't. So that's the second priority, is finishing the things that we will get locked out of. But then after that, it's based on boss difficulty. The scariest thing I want to do as soon as possible. That's pretty much the, like, hierarchy of the priorities, I guess. That makes sense. I kind of wonder if... I kind of wanted to try Comet Azure, but maybe there's just no point, dude. Let me just try it. Also, if we get the Azure helmet, I think that also boosts Comet Azure, but I shouldn't have even bothered making save here. I feel like that's safer. So maybe I can do that. This feels like I'm less likely to, or I could just Night Comet with infinite FP tier as well. Both seem fine, I would say. Which one should I do? I feel like this one's more satisfying. It feels pretty satisfying. Also, you know what? Having the infinite FP tier in those invasions would be a good idea too. So I think it makes sense to go with that. Yeah, that's good because I don't need anything else right here. So, all right, now here's Trigoth. So let's swap from Comet Azure. So okay, so yeah, we can Comet Azure for him. All right, Trigoth, buddy. Trigother. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I don't even need to level Mind in some of these invasions if I have the infinite FP tier. I still think it's worth it, though. Make sure... Gotta make sure I'm two-handing Lusat Staff. We pretty much just use Night Comet for everybody. We're gonna have the triple jar... Wait, Great Jar Triple Invasion. I have not. I have not done that. Well, it's just gonna be Night Comet again, dude. Like it should be all right. I'm guessing. Well, no, it's not cheesable on this run. Like, we're not doing any ledge strats because I would be an idiot to do that. Unless we did it right at the start of the run, but even then, I'm not doing that. Because the ledge strat is completely RNG. So, but yeah, we should be able to... You know what? And the thing is, too, since I'm not invading into somebody else's world, I can do all the buffs, and I'm just going to one-shot them. Like, there's nothing they can do. All right, back to Volcano Manor. I've done all the assassinations that they've asked me to. I think that's actually it, dude. I think that's the whole quest line, isn't it? So now we can kill Rykard.
This is your...
Yep, there's the cameo. I think that's the last thing. I've never seen this before. I've never done the whole quest line.
Yes. Now, I will trans...
Oh, shit. That's actually so nice, dude. Look at that. That's kind of cool.
Farewell, then.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Raya. Yeah. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I've never... I mean, I've gotten Taker's cameo, but then I just leave once I get it. I've never actually taken the warp. That's pretty sick, dude. I like that. Now, we still do need to, unfortunately, run through... the rest of Volcano Manor, because I need to kill Godskin Noble, but then there's some other items we need. So I still need to run through there, but at least I don't have to run back twice. That's kind of cool. Anyways. I don't know who the next boss fight is. I mean, we could do Rykard now, I guess. Well, not yet. I still have a few things to do.
Hello again. You hunted? Are you certain? No, it's all gifts. I have some rent.
Okay. Yeah, Knight's Resolve, and then Dagger Talisman. I think there's another thing in that room as well, maybe. Where am I going? We don't need the Seedbed Curse, but...
Hello again. Sharper than... I was just holding on. There you go.
I don't need that. Is that it for his questline, or when does he move back? Is it when Rykard's dead? No. I don't need to fight Rykard twice. No, we're just going to run through now, right?
Hello again.
I think Rykard needs to be dead for patches now. I think that's it. What about Bernal? What does he say?
I have the reward. Take it.
Yeah, Gelmir's Fury.
Until we reach... You... Well...
Oh, and Raya's move now, I guess. Is that bad? Both Rykard remembers? Well, you could just dupe it. So. But no, you don't need both anyways. But we do need 2 of Fortisax's ones, though. But yeah, you just dupe it. No problem. Where did Raya go? Like, so maybe I should look into her questline right now. Okay, here she is.
Brave Tar, I'm afraid. What's that peculiar? Good. Oh, how dreadful. I ought to be thanking Brave Tarnish. This, please forgive. You understand, lady.
I've never done this questline either. So.
But you are not. My sir were secret. Now I shall please keep them.
What is the next part? Because this is as far as I got. On my first playthrough when I did this, I got to this part and then that was it. Speak to Tanith next. On Fractured Life, it looks like there are a lot of steps to this quest. Yeah, we need Datakar's Woe from her. No, I don't even think you have to speak to Tanith. I think we need to go kill Godskin. And then get the Amnion or whatever the hell that is. And then you give it to her.
Maybe I'll give you the best nut ever.
Capitona, thanks for the 7-month resub, dude. So then she moves into the cage room. Or wait, she moves somewhere else. Oh my god, dude. And then you kill Rykard, I guess. Okay, well, maybe I should go kill Godskin Noble now while I'm here. Okay. There actually are some items over here too. I feel like I should kill these guys. This is like this snail bowling. I need maybe I need one more mine for another Night Comet cast. I'm gonna do that again. Might be better to give her the tonic so she ends up back at Volcano Manor. But either way, it's at, well... Well, apparently, if you've already completed the assassinations, you can't get the tonic until after you kill Rykard. But what does the tonic do, though? But no, if you give her the tonic, she simply goes to sleep. After Rykard is killed and the manor's inhabitants have all left, she will return to the original location. Exhaust dialogue, reload, and you get Datakar's woe. The other ways are you kill her and then she transforms back into a snake and then drops it. You leave her alive and then you return after killing Rykard. And then she leaves Datakar's woe and Zarai's letter. I mean, I don't know. I don't know which one, dude. But yeah, probably just kill. I mean, seems like every ending of the quest you get it, though. So is it only happening with me? It's your life? Or it's my life, I guess? Is it really only happening with my stream? Because that is something that I would like to know because... I have no idea what's going on with that. But I thought people were saying that they've had it on other streams as well. Doesn't seem to be on every stream, but it's not just my stream. Well, you know what? Like, maybe it has to do with... Where did this guy come from? Maybe it has to do with the fact that I'm streaming in 4K. Considering the fix is to lower the resolution, like, maybe just other streamers that are fine are not streaming in 1440p or 4K. They're just streaming 1080p or something. Like, maybe that's it. But I think just YouTube's been having issues, dude. Yeah, maybe I should look into it, because I haven't really looked into it at all. Because I didn't change anything. It just randomly... People are like, oh, why the hell is it the YouTube stream just, like, replaying constantly? But, I don't know, man. Okay, so, obviously a lot of things we need here. Yo, dude, Choco Bomb with the 20 gifted subs. Thanks so much, man. Make sure you thank Choco if you got a sub right there. That's insane, dude. Thanks so much, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, dude. Oh, my thanks is just in the hallway. Okay, I didn't even know that. So we need to get the Crimson Amber Medallion. Now, that one, I actually don't know where that is. And there's Datakar's Woe. There's a cookbook, Noble Presence, horse. Wait. Actually, you know what? I know where Crimson Amber is. It's the stone sword in this tower, right? Okay. We should probably get it now. Maybe there's actually less stuff in here than I thought. Less stuff than I thought. The question is just which path is the best. Seems reasonable. Maybe we want to kill this guy, though. Okay, good thing we can just sneak around this guy. This is pretty nasty, dude. What the hell? Wonder what my best abductor damage would be. Like, probably just Night Comet, I guess, right?
Cough up your coin. All of it.
Hygieno could do all somber like Knight's Honor.
Kawaiser, thanks for the donation. What do you mean by that? I don't know what that means. Yeah, maybe Memory Grace after I get it, I guess. Yeah, no need to run out of here. Because there's nothing else in this area, even. Surprisingly. Yeah, that's it. I thought there was more stuff in here, but... Yeah, everything else is kind of later. It seems. Oh, the DS1 achievement. Nah, this game has all legendary weapons, and I'm doing that one, but that's it. You know what? I actually don't need to go get the Crimson Amber Medallion yet, but I guess I will. Like, especially if we're doing it in separate... If we're not doing it all in one shot, then it kind of doesn't matter as much, but... I guess it's fine. Dude, I should really have Bloodhound Step on something, or Quick Step. Just need it on something. No, it's doesn't include remembrance weapons. Which legendary weapons are missing? I haven't even gotten any of them yet, I think. Just Sword of Night and Flame, I think, is the only one I have. But I haven't... You haven't gone for those yet. Okay, so should I sleep the boss, or is that even necessary? I guess I probably will. Where do I normally do this from even, dude? Why can't I remember? It's been so long. I didn't even buff. I didn't even have any of the right talismans on. It just doesn't matter. There's no point. Okay, so we do need this serpent amnion thing, whatever the hell that is. And now should I go give it to her? Guess we'll see. Yeah, I've seen it, Neutron. Yeah. Seems like it's a lot more effort than just doing the backstep version, but it's still pretty cool. It's unfortunate. Like, if that was possible to get set up without having to go DLC, that'd be really cool.
I know I can. I saw some. It entered. If I took the. Does the volcano lady? I realize if you just. Really? Oh, so lady. Was I not born? But I remember. Funny. It's a pot. You have my thanks to you. I want to one day. One day.
Okay, so now I'm assuming when I quit out, she's gonna be moved. Okay. Yeah, Nihil simply dodgeable with the 1 cycle, dude. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm doing right card next, but... Alright. Quit outs are... It depends on the situation if they're allowed. So, like right there, I would allow quit out because I'm in a perfectly safe area and I'm just progressing the quest. But it's we're not allowed to, like, basically anything aside from that, we're not allowed. But yeah, just to speed up some quest line stuff, sure, that's fine. Shard spiral for Rykard? No. We're just fighting him normally. So, interestingly enough, I don't have to get this shortcut. But... there is a stone sword key down there, maybe? I need a stone sword key. I don't think I need this. Okay, well. We do need a... Wait, she's down there also? Wait, is she... Oh, she's down here? Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure where she was, I guess. Okay, well, I guess we'll see. I have died here before. It's probably... Wait. I just didn't see it. What the hell? Why did I not see the doorway? Is she down here? Stone sword key is here. Oh. Okay, well, I guess, yeah. So I'm supposed to kill her? Yeah, let's just, wait, let's see. Let's see what I'm supposed to do here.
Oh, if I was something even late. I know, but I wish kill me. I thought free me.
Say no more. Here we go.
Thank you.
Sorry, pal. Mercy kill. Yep, average FromSoft questline. They all die. Who'd have ever guessed that? Oh, it's actually, wow, it's so much sooner than I thought it was. Say no more.
Thank you. My champion.
Poor snake girl, dude. So is the Spear Dash... There's a Spear Dash, I think, in this next room. It'd be pretty funny to explode all these guys. Yeah, and it's actually great. Like, we don't have to run through this section twice, which you pretty much need to do on every run if you're going to get Knight's Resolve. Oh, that was really weird. So we need the Dagger Talisman, and we need Knight's Resolve. And I think that's it. I want to see what happens if I don't kill those exploding guys. Doesn't seem so bad. I should add Fist Only as a requirement as well. Yeah, I'll do that right after you do it. How does that sound? You know what? It seems actually much safer to go through that gap from this direction. Because usually I go when the elevator's going up, and that's where I've had some incidents where I've fallen down.
Thank you. My champion. Mother.
Finger Slayer Blade is not even a weapon. So, well, I mean, it is, but gameplay-wise, you can't even use it, so. But we do need to get it for the quest anyways. Yeah, it could be cool to have some magma explosion for this part, but I may just not even have to kill these guys. I'm not sure. What should I do? Well, don't do that. A method to avoid dying for a St. Trina quest? Yeah, there is. I forget what it is, though. You could just, like... Is it quit out? Or is it... You just fast travel or something like that? Yeah, just fast travel. But then what was the meme that happens when you do it that way though? I forget. There was some meme where you would get the death if you did something. I can't remember what. Oh yeah, maybe that was it. Yeah, if you die, you get a cutscene or something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we go down here. Very dark in here. Oops. So we get Dagger Talisman, and then is it just Knight's Resolve? Is that the only other thing? Rune Arc over here. I believe that's it for Volcano Manor, dude. Pretty much. I do have to go down and kill the boss. The abductor. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Yeah, you know what? I don't even have to go down there at all. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's it, I think. And then the last thing is just kill Rykard, and then... and then we kill Tanith's Knight for the spell, and I think that's it. So, anyways, I think I'm probably gonna end for today, guys. I am getting pretty hungry. But yeah, thanks for hanging out today. Very fun match of DRL, and then we're making some progress, dude. Like, we got the Malenia script. Volcano Manor questline doesn't actually seem so bad right now. Yeah, it doesn't seem so bad. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to be on tomorrow with the Suns playoffs starting. So surely that'll go well. Surely, dude. But I don't know. But yeah, I guess if I'm not on Sunday, have a good weekend, you guys. And I will be doing more DRL commentary probably next week. I don't have anything lined up yet. But there will be more matches. Like, there are only a few more matches scheduled right now, but there's still so many more matches to play. So yeah, commentating is pretty fun, man. Like, just fun to watch those matches because they're pretty good. But yeah, have a good weekend, you guys. And take care, and I'll see you all next stream.